Hello, and welcome to this, our 109th live stream, a revised view of pseudoscience. Of course, this is a title that's alluding to our last popcorn video, where we, examined the quality, kicked the tires on the views of Kenneth Griffith, and his revised chronology. Now, he did actually come onto the comments section and responded. And of course, I responded back. It was interesting. It was very interesting. Okay, so like we do every Friday night, and we're happy you joined us, we are going to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Now, for those of you who don't know or haven't been here before, the format is the same as most YouTube live streams, where we, super chats have priority. Nothing special there. But we also take non-super chat questions as well. And for those, we ask you put a Q and a colon in front of the question, so I know that it's directed at me personally, not to someone else on the live chat. We also ask that you only post the question once. If I see multiple posts of the same question, I'll just refuse to answer both. If it's a word in the Bible, or has to do with some verse in the Bible, or a foreign word, we ask that you give a little context. So for Bible verse, I need the book of the Bible, chapter and verse. And for a foreign word, you need to let me know what you think what the language is, what you think it means in the language, just to give me a little context to your question. Okay? That said, let's get into the questions. Now, we don't have a lot of starting tonight with a lot of super chats and a lot of non-super chat questions, even though Bonbon put in 15. We're going to start the night with 3. Okay. So our first question of the night is from Bonbon. It's good to see you here tonight, Bonbon. Did Egyptians during the late period learn to speak Greek? How they communicate with foreigners and coordinate with them regarding intel, trade, armies, etc. when they didn't speak the foreigner's tongue? Okay, that's a great question, actually. And they did interact with them in Greek. Now, how they did this was their scribes. Essentially, their scribes learned Greek. Because one of the things the Egyptians did do is use Greek mercenaries. And when they used the Greek mercenaries, they'd pay them in Greek coinage, which they minted in Egypt. But they also spoke to them in Greek. These mercenaries were not expected to learn Egyptian. And they would just essentially use the scribes as intermediaries. Now, the scribal training in Egypt already involved multiple languages. Scribes in ancient Egypt were accomplished in several diplomatic tongues. Most commonly, at the beginning, it would be like Egyptian, the various forms of Egyptian, but also Akkadian. So they would send out diplomatic discourse in Akkadian. That was the lingua franca at the time of, say, the late Bronze Age. Now, later on in the Iron Age, they would replace the Akkadian with Aramaic, because that too eventually became a lingua franca. Now, when it came to the late period, they just added Greek to that scribal training. So they were accomplished linguists. They were very, very accomplished linguists. So they were able to interact in many languages, but usually through these people who were dedicated to learn the language and to be able to communicate in it. So that's how they got it by. So the commanders of the armies and the king himself would communicate in usually Egyptian, because they didn't go through that extra rigorous training, even if they went through the Kaf. But the scribes, they would then do the translations and then basically respond in the native language. A lot of the diplomats for ancient Egypt, too, came out of that scribal class as well. So, and that's how they were able to be effective diplomats, is they could learn foreign languages and go off to other countries to represent Egypt. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is also from Bon Bon. And he asks, why did Minoans import so much of their culture from ancient Egypt? Because it was cool. Essentially. That's why. I mean, that's why we had the craze of, say, Egyptomania in the 17th and 18th centuries, was because Napoleon went over to, or the 18th and 19th centuries, because Napoleon went over to Egypt and they found cool stuff there and they brought it back to France. And later on, the British did the same thing, after, defeating them at the Nile, they also took stuff from Egypt and sent it back to London. And it's the same thing with the Minoan culture. The Minoans had to import certain items, that they needed for their, day-to-day needs, like papyrus, like grains, like cotton. Well, not so much cotton, but flax. So linen. So Egypt offered a lot of trade goods, and many of those trade goods had their uses abroad. So as the Minoans are trading with the Egyptians, they're also bringing back pieces of culture, scarabs, mirrors, like the Hathor mirrors, little trinkets and idols, that sort of thing. But it was because it was cool. It was because it was interesting, because it had some value to make their lives better. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. I mean, it's kind of a simple answer, but it's really what it was because it was a very interesting culture, and they wanted to import that interest back into their own. Okay, question number 3 is from Here Comes Nobody. He asks, seeing how historians handle ancient sources these days, would the discovery of a full manuscript of Manetho or Berosus significantly alter historiographical perceptions of Egypt or Mesopotamia? That's probably not so much. Now, in both cases, what we have is Manetho and Berosus preserved in the writings of other people. So having those writings from an original full manuscript source, that's not been inserted into another document, would give us some clue as to what the original would have probably meant. Now, it wouldn't give us ironclad proof, but it'd give us some idea. Like, for example, I mean, it could tell us, for like one of the big controversies in Manetho hovers around the Exodus. Who was the king during the Exodus? The various sources of Manetho give 4 different possibilities for the Exodus king, with a 5th possibility that it's not in there at all, that it was added by those writers who imported Manetho. So having a copy of Manetho, would at least give evidence for one of those views. Or if it's a really wonky copy, it could give us like even a 6th possibility if we. So there's that possibility too. Can't rule that one out. But it would give us a lot more to sort of go on. And I would love to see a full Egyptian copy of Manetho, whether it's in the Coptic or Egyptian itself, we wouldn't know. But I'd like to see a full native copy, not one that's been used by a Jewish or a Christian writer to support their particular case. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay. Now we've gone on to the super chats, and we don't have very, very many tonight, so it might be a short night. Maybe I get to go to bed early. Oh boy, that would be a treat. I've had 3 hours of sleep today. Yeah, 3 hours of sleep today. Okay, so our first one is from Addison Weir. And he says, for $4.99, thank you very much for the super chat. It's good to see you here tonight. We missed you last week. We actually did a giveaway of a free question to Addison at the end of the night last time. And you weren't there. You missed the offer. But we're glad you're back and full of troublemaking questions. Like this one. Just to get you in trouble, he says, thoughts on Catholicism? I think they're brothers in Jesus Christ. Okay, now let me expand upon that. I think they hold to the essentials of the Christian faith. I think they are fully Christian. I consider them brothers in Jesus Christ. I don't always agree with the theology. But then again, too, I don't agree with the theology completely of any church at all. So, I mean, I'm always going to take matters of theological distinction and difference on a case-by-case basis. And I'm going to evaluate those doctrines according to what the Bible says. So I'm always going to go back to the evidence. I don't go according to tradition. Anyone's tradition. I'm not a traditional, so I'm an evidentialist. So, that's the weirdest thing. Emphasize the differences. That's not a question. Yeah. Well, there's no Q in front of that question. You see, I can wiggle out of that one. Darkblade has not conformed to the to the forms of righteousness. You're right, yes. He put a Q in there, but then again, I can wiggle out of that one too by saying I don't have to take a non-super chat. So there's a lot of ways I can wiggle out of this one. Oh, he's getting threatening.
Don't know about that.
I don't know about that. But yeah, in all seriousness, I do have theological differences with Catholicism, but I also have theological differences with Eastern Orthodoxy, Protestantism, fundamentalism, community churches, you name it. I'll have a theological difference with them. That's. But to point out the differences is unfortunately a too broad of a question anyway. Okay. There are some distinctions of Roman Catholicism, okay, and such as priests can't marry, okay, that's a well-known distinction of Catholicism. But there's exceptions to that too. If you were a Lutheran minister who converted to Roman Catholicism and you were married, you can keep your wife. In some places in the Middle East where a priest doesn't have community standing unless they're married, they are given special dispensation to marry. So there are some theological differences, but there's also some exceptions too. And thoughts within Roman Catholicism can be all over the board on these subjects. So while you can talk about the official teachings of the church, Catholicism is really a big tent. It's really a big tent. You've got highly conservative fourth person of the Trinity kind of Catholic traditionalists. You get Papists. You get German Lutherans. You get Anglicans. You get secularists. There are atheists who are inside the Catholic Church. A lot of them. So, yeah, very high up in the ranks. Very high up in the ranks. So, Because Roman Catholicism can be all over the map. So when I do talk to a Roman Catholic, I never assume I know what they believe, because it can be, as I say, it can be all over the map. Now, I'll also say too that there are people who have found meaning and purpose within the Catholic Church. An example of which is S.J. Thompson. Now, I want to give a shout out to her. I think she's got a good channel. I like her channel. So I want to give a shout out to S.J. here. And she's found meaning within the Roman Catholic faith. And I think that's fantastic. I think it's absolutely fantastic. So we always have to understand too that, churches are not always for a lifetime. Sometimes they're for a season. And you don't know what that season is. So I'm not going to judge somebody who decides to become a Roman Catholic. Even if I do, and I'm not saying I do, disagree with a large part of the theology. But if you find meaning in there, it's a perfectly acceptable option to in the spectrum of the Christian faith. Now, I have some, as I say, I do have some theological bones to pick with them, but hey, I got theological bones to pick with everyone. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, the next one here is from Asin Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are there any early date proponents that you actually like, whether as a scholar or a person? There are. Just because you believe in an early date does not mean I won't be your friend, that I will completely dismiss your scholarship. What's his name? There is one that's just, his name is not popping in mind at the moment, but let's see if I can look him up here very quickly. It'll just take me a moment to look this guy up, because there is one here. Let's see. And just a second here. I just need my mind. Here. Randall Price. Okay, Randall Price. I think Randall Price does some decent work. I vehemently do not agree with his dating of the Exodus, but I like him as a person. I get along very well with him personally. I like him. I think he's a nice guy. He's not trying to bury you every time you meet him or start a fight. Okay? But so I mean, I can sit around and I can have a a Coca-Cola with him, and he doesn't drink. And I can enjoy his company, Now, he's a strange guy to be around. I'll admit that, he will break the rules at archaeological sites where he's not in. Like, when he's in Israel, he'll follow the rules for archaeology to the T. When he gets to Egypt, he'll act like there's no rules. So he'll climb pyramids and do all that stuff that you're not supposed to do. He'll get you he'll get you kicked off the site if you're not careful. But yeah, that's one early date proponent I do actually like. And apart from his, he's done some good archaeological work too. I just don't think he's right on the early date, and he doesn't think I'm right on late date. So it's fair. it's fair. But, and it's really unfortunate that guys like what you find at Associates for Biblical Research sort of taint it for the rest of them. They do really taint the water for the rest of it. They have made it an us versus them kind of thing. And, a winner-take-all proposition, and I don't think it needs to be that. I think this could be nothing but a bland intellectual debate. It really could be. But sometimes people just don't go there. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that sort of explained it. Okay. Allison Weir for $4.99. Thank you much for the super chat. Have you ever thought about interviewing other scholars? I've thought about it, and I don't want to go there. Now, here's my thoughts on this. I'm kind of, how do I say this? I'm a very strong introvert. Very, very strong introvert. Now, my producer and I have very good interactions because I know her and I trust her, and she knows how to get the best out of me. Yeah, 20 years, she says. It took 20 years, but I finally get the best out of him. Okay, so yeah, it's not something I really want. Capturing Egypt, what your pharaoh didn't tell you. I love that. From your rod. Yeah, I mean, I know there are YouTube channels out there that are highly successful at interviewing scholars. It's just not something I feel. I mean, I know people there out there that have a knack for this, who have an incredible knack for this. Ankerberg had an incredible knack for this. I think there's some YouTubers like Michael Jones who have an incredible knack for this. I don't think I do. So I want to go with my strengths. We're strong at answering questions. We're strong at teaching. That's our strengths. So we're going to double down on those strengths. And we're also good at making that teaching entertaining. And that's a bit hard to do with scholars sometimes. So I want to stay focused on the kind of material and audience that we've built up here. So anyway, that's why we don't interview scholars on here, and we've thought of it, but it's not something that we've taken sort of pains to pursue because it's, again, doesn't play to my strengths. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Mouthwash for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there evidence or proof that pharaohs Griffith believes to be concurrent ruled the same city? Oh yeah, lots of it. Would be a death blow to the city dynasty hypothesis. Oh yeah, I mean nobody believes in the city dynasty hypothesis anymore. Only Velikovsky, people who follow Velikovsky or Corville still do. They're it. They're the last people who still believe in the city dynasty hypothesis. I mean, not even David Rohl believes in the city dynasty hypothesis. I mean, this is not so. So, like, for example, we have a lot of records, basically, of kings ruling from certain places. I mean, I'm not a Manetho-maximalist, but even he lists the cities that these people ruled in. So, if you took that for face value, you'd have problems. But we know that the 13th dynasty ruled from Ichitawi. We also know that the 12th dynasty ruled from Ichitawi. So there's going to be an issue there. And part of the 11th dynasty ruled from Ichitawi. We also know that almost all the kings of Egypt had their administrative centers at Memphis. So now you have overlapping administrations. And basically, you can go to the biographies of these administrators, and they'll tell you, hey, I did such and such a thing at Memphis. So, when you have these extended biographies, where you have viziers of two different dynasties claiming to have ruled from a certain regional capital, that's going to be an issue if those are concurrent dynasties. Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. It's not that Memphis. It's not that Egypt, Memphis. It's Tennessee. And Georgia. So, yeah. This has been totally debunked. I mean, there's nobody who's credible that believes this. And again, it comes down to extended biography. I mean, it's easy to try to shoehorn the kings into that sort of framework. I mean, it doesn't work when you really think about it, but people will buy it. People will buy it because it's just sort of presented as sort of matter of fact, without the details. But once you start getting into associated biography, then's the problem. Because Egypt had a large, cumbersome administration. Absolutely massive administration. So to have several kings with massive administrations, that's going to be that's going to be an issue. Each king's going to have his own armies. Yeah, that's going to go well. Kings ruling from the same place, both of them have separate armies. Yeah, that's not going to last too long. I mean, we look at the Ptolemies. Cleopatra and her brothers, and two co-regents. They were both made king over Egypt. And what happened is they ended up splitting the army between them and started fighting. So that's what happens when you get two kings ruling from the same place with with two different armies. Bad stuff happens. So there's just no way that his hypothesis can be true. Not at all. So, and plus, to be very honest, the synchronistic data doesn't support it. So, because the synchronistic data doesn't support it, you're just going to have further problems trying to get this dynasty hypothesis to work. Because the synchronisms are going to point you to other regions in time. So, again, it's one of those pseudoscientific theories. It's pseudo-history. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Asking Weird for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsoring David Bond's question. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. David Bond. There it is. Okay. Thoughts on Dr. Rolston interview that dropped on Sean McDowell today? I did see it. Wow. Wow. I will first disclose that I'm friends with Rolston. He's a very good friend and a convention buddy, and I sometimes see him at like Azor. And so yeah, I've talked to Rolston quite a bit. I love him. He's a great guy. And he's an evidentialist. He's a pure evidentialist, and I mean, I'm an evidentialist myself, so yeah, I appreciate his points of view. And ever since I first came in contact with Ralston over his scathing critique of Douglas Petrovich's book. So, and he'll tell it to you as it is. He will totally tell you as it is. He will be straight up. He will not use the word blunt, but he can be blunt. So he is he's an excellent scholar, and I really enjoyed the interview today. And he's right. He's absolutely right about that amulet. There's nothing on it. And epigraphers don't normally argue over whether there's writing on it or it's not, because it's obvious when it is. There's either writing on it or there isn't. You might debate what the writing says. You might debate what the characters, how the characters spelled, or word spacing. Yeah. But, there's never, epigraphers never argue. I mean, it's unheard of for them to argue over whether or not there's anything on there at all. In this case, there's nothing on there at all. The other thing that was interesting, I think, really think about this interview was some of the little things that slipped out from McDowell. Okay, like for example, he starts off by saying Stripling is a friend. Yeah, well, he's in ABR's pocket. Yeah, of course he's a friend. He also, tried to throw Stripling a lot of lifeboats along the way, and he does that when things are going, when it's too unevenly balanced. I mean, I noticed that in my debate with Titus Kennedy, which was going very, very wrong for Titus Kennedy. But McDowell kept on trying to level the playing field by throwing life rings to Titus. But and he'll do that. McDowell will do that. He will throw a lifeline to any side he sees is not faring so well. If it's the side he wants to fare better, okay. So I think there's a real issue there with that approach. Because here's the one thing I don't like about the way McDowell does things. He treats all views as in theory, treats all views as equal, and not all views are equal. I mean, that's just a given. We debate these. I mean, part of being in a pluralism is we debate ideas and select the best. The best ones rise to the top. They have the most evidence. They have make the most logical sense. They're the best supported. So, by definition, in a pluralism, all the value of all ideas is inherently different. They're not all equal. I noticed this too about McDowell's books, is that they treat all the ideas in the books as being equal without any critical evaluation of them. Basically he'll just say, oh, well, both are acceptable. And, that's a kind of a coward's way out, because you're not taking a stand for anything. You're not saying, oh, this view's better than that view. You're just saying, hey, they're all valuable. Murray Sweden, McDowell seems very affirming to the curse amulet. Yes, he was in the first interview. And he was really reticent in this interview to say anything bad about it. Of course, now he had an opposite side. Because he had an opposite side, now he's trying to level that playing field to say they're all equal. The criticisms are equal to the affirmations of the curse amulet. And that's not going to fly. It's just simply not going to fly. One idea is going to be better than the other.
The last comment is
I'm going to put that on up. Yep. That's McDowell in a nutshell. Yeah, I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. Katy Perry, yep. There's truth to that. There's real truth to that. which is why on this channel, we don't treat every argument equally. We take sides. We take sides because we understand on this channel that some ideas are inherently better than others. It has to be if you want a pluralism. That's the definition of a pluralism. You debate the ideas. Lots of speech. Some ideas rise to the top. The others are discarded. So, I don't always appreciate McDowell's approaches to these subjects. And he was showing a bit of that today on that interview with Rolston, where he was basically trying to give wiggle room for Stripling. And, because, as I said again, Stripling is a good friend of his. So he wanted to make sure that Stripling had a saving face out. And Rolston was not having anything of it. And in fact, Rolston was quite emphatic that there's nothing on this thing. And that epigraphers they are really sort of black and white when it comes to the evidence. The evidence is there, or it's not. If there's an inscription that they didn't expect or whatever, they'll just roll with it. They'll just roll with it. But they care about the evidence. And that's the way it should be. And I wish there were more of that in, say, for example, the field of biblical studies. I'm glad it's in the field of epigraphy. I'm glad it's in the field of epigraphy because it needs that. It needs that sort of absolute, it's there or it isn't there. It needs that you've got the evidence to show an inscription, or you don't have the evidence. And the evidence is you've got a picture that has letters on it. Not a Rorschach test. Okay? And it was clear, very clear from the pictures. And even the high-res ones that were released by Gershon Galil showed nothing. And that's saying something. If you don't see anything on a high-res X-ray tomograph scan, wow, you don't have a good case. You just don't have a good case. So, anyway, I want to thank David Bond for a great question. I also want to thank the sponsor, which was Asmweir. So, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. The next one is from, let's get it up here. Oh, I should add one other thing to this comment too, which came out, which is actually an update. There's an update to this whole fiasco. So I didn't want this to slip by. And that update is that the authors of the paper, which is Scott Stripling, Peter Van der Veen, and Gershon Galil, are the committee that translated the Hamlet is reforming, okay, to re-examine the epigraphy, okay, minus one member. There's 3 authors on the translation committee, minus one. I think you guys can probably guess which guy's getting the boot. So yeah, one of them's getting the boot, and I'm pretty sure I know who it is that's getting the boot on that committee. It's not Scott Stripling, I'll tell you that. Boy, it would be something if it would be Scott Stripling, but no, he's not getting the boot on this one. That would be an interesting development, but it won't be him. So, yeah. So yeah, they've announced this already. So they're going to reevaluate it, and and yeah, as we're the guy that disagreed with a lot of it. My guess is it's going to be Gershon Galil that gets the boot. Okay, he's going to get the boot, and the reason they're going to give him the boot was him and Vanderveen kept fighting. There was a lot of infighting between the two, and Stripling ultimately deferred to Galil because Galil brought more street cred to the project. They didn't know that there were issues with the guy, so Stripling kept telling Vanderveen, you pat him on the head and say, yeah, maybe next time. Treating Vanderveen like the junior partner in this. And he pretty much knuckled under to anything Galil said, so because he made a fuss. So my thought is that Galil's hitting the pavement, and they'll continue on using Vanderveen, who also is dreadful. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's as dreadful in this particular venture as Galil. Just he's different. So anyway, so that's the next sort of step of the saga. As we're going to get another. In the near future, we're going to get another set of epigraphy. So this is just the gift that keeps on giving. All right. Next super chat. Next super chat here is from David Bond for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are there any develops with the Amorite tablet from the Man Machine alert? No, there haven't been any more developments of this. They've published they've done the full publication already. Okay, the full publication's already done. So now what it's going to come down to is new scholars coming along and taking that and applying it to other things. Now, one of the things that I think is going to be really, really interesting is basically, because we're dealing with a new grammar here. We're dealing with an entirely new grammar. Is to see where that new grammar can be applied. And if it can be applied to other inscriptions that we have based maybe a different script for, that could be very exciting and very interesting. So there isn't a lot that we have that's been done on this since that original publication, but the potential is at least there for it. So yeah, I really think that this is one. Actually, this was the most exciting discovery of the year. So that one is just really my favorite because there's a lot to work with here. It's an awful lot to work with. So it's going to take time for scholars to digest this as well. There's going to be also some scholars out there that disagree with parts of it. So this is all part of the peer review process. So I'm very much looking forward to new developments as they come out, but nothing new so far. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat of $5. I really appreciate it, and it's a great question. Okay, next one is from Captain Seb for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, good evening. Question in the live chat. Okay, let's see where... Captain Seb. There it is. I found it. Yeah. And he asks, does the lack of mention of the characters and events of Genesis 1 through 11 in earlier prophetic texts indicate a late origin of Genesis 1 through 11? No. Not really. That would be just an absence of evidence argument anyway. So, the lack of a mention doesn't actually show anything. Now, if you if you look at that, like for example, Rolston brought up today on his interview some good inscriptions that should be talked about. And one of those is the inscription that includes the name Balaam, son of Peor, the seer. Okay, fascinating little inscription. I think it was 7th or 8th century. What's so interesting about that is, it makes note of at least a tradition of a real person named Balaam. That was a seer, and his father's name. Okay, now prior to the discovery of that particular inscription, it was thought that Balaam was just a legend because no one else referred to him. He wasn't referred to in prophetic texts outside of, say, Pentateuch and Joshua, and really not even Joshua, just the Pentateuch. So it was thought he was just a legend. He was just a legend, with no sort of historical basis at all. Well, all it takes is one text to come up, and you can just sort of see, okay, yeah, this might have been a real dude. So, or at least a well-known and well-established legend, based on maybe someone who might not be so far-fetched. So, just because it doesn't mention somebody, you can't assume it's late. Period. That would be faulty reasoning. Again, that's an argument from absence of evidence. You arguing that something didn't exist early because you don't find it, at all. Yeah, and then it's really embarrassing when you do find it. So, this is that absence of evidence argument has trapped so many archaeologists in this sort of and they think they're being critical. They think they're being analytical and critical and really questioning the basis of the text when they're just applying bad logic, essentially. And bad reasoning, you might get lucky. You might get lucky and might be right. But you've got a whole lot of possibility of being wrong. And a lot of scholars have been tripped up because they use that absence of evidence argument, either saying something did exist or something did not. The problem is an absence of evidence doesn't tell you anything at all. Only the presence of evidence tells you if something exists or not. Actually, that's one of the interesting things about this is that the presence of evidence can show you something that wasn't there because something else was there in its place. So that can happen too. But you need positive evidence, not negative evidence. Negative evidence is not evidence at all. Absence of evidence is not evidence. It's nothing. Doesn't argue for, doesn't argue against. So there would be an extreme problem with trying to make an argument here that says that the lack of mention of characters from Genesis 1 to 11 indicates that they're a later invention. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for that question. I really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Yeah, Juan for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you know any PhD reading list for Egyptology or the Old Testament to self-study and learn? And if there are online MAs to become a scholar? Okay. There are online MAs to become a scholar. Now, I don't usually recommend them. I don't recommend them because at the graduate school level, what you're doing is you're building relationships. You're building relationships with your teachers who will someday write letters of recommendation for you to go into like your PhD. You need those letters of recommendation. And you can't get those letters of recommendation without building relationships. So I don't like online MAs. I think they miss the point of, I mean, an online bachelor's, who cares, really? Because, I mean, you can still get into an MA program without a letter of recommendation. No PhD program will take you without a letter of recommendation. So that should be a warning to, you know, kind of avoid those online MAs. Now, if you just want the information, you know, download a reading list somewhere and start going through it. Basically, CVs, or not CVs. What's it called now? Curriculums. What's it called now? Yeah.
Look at their course schedules.
Yeah, not the course schedules, but the document that tells you what they teach through a year. Syllabus. Yeah, get the syllabuses. Syllabuses will have reading lists. Now, a lot of schools protect their syllabuses behind a firewall, but some do make them publicly available. The syllabuses will have an outline of topics, a reading schedule. In some cases, the teacher does nothing more than follow the syllabus religiously. In other cases, if you don't attend the class, you don't pass. I was one of those teachers. If you wanted to pass my exams, you had to come to my classes, because I did not religiously stick to the books. Okay? So, yeah, I had a couple of students when I was teaching history of ancient Egypt that decided, just read the book. You know, that's all you need. Yeah, the midterm, they didn't do so hot. They crashed and burned. Because, you know, that's one of the things a good teacher does, is you have them read the book, and then you amplify on that. So they're getting more than just the book. They're getting content that goes above it, like the latest research. You know, as a teacher, you go to these academic conferences, and you hear new things, and you bring them back, and you add them to the class. You do your own research to do better classes, so that it's not only you that are learning from, you know, going to these academic conferences, but you're passing that knowledge on to your students. So, Bon. No, a good teacher lets everyone pass and buys them pizza. I'm a tough teacher. I'm a tough teacher. I mean, I do give out a good number of A's, B's, and, you know, C's, but, you know, I failed students too. Absolutely. They work. They have to work for those grades. You know, that's, yeah, maybe in 5th grade.
But even then,
Well, even then, yeah.
it's better to have academic 5th grade, so it's much easier that you do academic things.
Well, I mean, if you have a more rigorous teacher in 5th grade, you can do better in 6th grade. So it becomes a life pattern, yeah. So now I will say this. You are more likely to find reading lists for Old Testament self-study than you will for Egyptology. The reason why is Egyptology tends to focus more on language skills, reading texts, that sort of thing, more applied work. So, you know, you'll find volumes of stuff to read in Old Testament. I mean, there's lots of books in Old Testament. You'll have no problems finding reading lists for Old Testament. There's lots of great books out there that will really give you a good foundation in Old Testament. Egyptology, less so. Because the advanced work in Egyptology usually involves you translating things. You're given a piece of text, you translate it, and then you maybe write a paper on that. And that's how you learn, is you go into the deep aspects of the texts. So you're more likely to find a PhD reading list for Old Testament than you are for Egyptology. The two are different, different disciplines. I mean, Old Testament is a secondary literature discipline. Egyptology is a primary literature discipline. So, we go to the original sources for Egyptology most of the time. Old Testament, well, you can go to the primary sources like the Old Testament, but you also have a lot of secondary sources and opinions you have to consult too, at least to be considered having a grounded scholarship. So they're different disciplines. They're cognates. They're related, and you can do work. Doing work in one can help you to do work in the other. But there's also some differences too that you have to negotiate as you do that. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, Allison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on historian David Miano, host of the YouTube channel World of Antiquity. I don't watch a lot of historical channels on YouTube. And I have never seen anything from David Miano or the World of Antiquity, so I don't know anything about this channel. So I haven't actually seen this. Now, I will say one I do like, which is the Metatron. I like the Metatron. But he does stuff in the classical era, primarily. And some of his stuff is very entertaining, and it's very interesting stuff. So I do very much like the Metatron. So that's one history channel I do like. Now, he's had some issues. Francis Dobbs. Heck yeah, I love Metatron. Linguist Animal Metatron is great. David Bond, Metatron rocks. Yes, Metatron does rock. But he's also done the requisite language work too. He's learned Greek, he's learned Hebrew, he's learned Latin, he's learned some Egyptian. That's going to give him a foundation to do this stuff. I think he's got his master's degree in history. So, I think there's a lot to commend that channel, and I think the work I've seen come out of it has been very good. So, I actually love the Metatron. So, I don't think he watches my channel, but if he did, shout out to the Metatron. So, there you go. All right, next super chat. Thank you very much, Addison. Appreciate the question. Okay, what's next here? Well, I would love to do a what's now a collab with Metatron. I would love to do a collab with him. And I have done collabs. I think collaborations are fantastic. They're absolutely fantastic. Capturing Egypt first episode. Well, I know he got into trouble recently over his whole videos over Cleopatra. He got this whole channel demonetized. So, he got into trouble. He's gotten into trouble over that Netflix documentary. Yeah, so we're not going to comment on that. We're not going to comment on the Cleopatra documentary because YouTube has gone on a cancel rampage over this. So, but suffice it to say, Metatron said some stuff that I highly agree with. Highly agree with it. Okay. Okay, the next super chat here is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $10. Thank you very much for that super chat. The what?
That she gave me a stone of Khufu.
A stone of Khufu. Yeah, Christian Bolshevik said Metatron said nothing wrong. I agree. He said nothing wrong. He was dead on. But being right can get you canceled. Okay, so the next super chat here from Mr. Rich Rio B for $10. Thank you very much for that super chat. Regarding my Tertullian question last week, Hike badly misinterprets against Praxis 4, where Tertullian uses 1 Corinthians 15:28 to reconcile the Trinity with the monarchia of the Father, as saying the Trinity will cease. Oh boy. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me one bit. I have seen a lot of people butcher Tertullian. And this is one of those cases where, it probably was. Oh yeah, Tertullian quotes vast sections of heretical literature. Vast sections of it, like 50 pages in a stretch. So, you have to be so careful when quoting Tertullian that you know that you're quoting Tertullian and not who he's quoting. And this can be just an outrageous thing to I mean, you are trying to keep track of 50, 70 pages at a time, just trying to figure out, is this Tertullian talking or is this Noetus talking? Or somebody else talking. So you have to pay really, I mean, it's exhausting. It's exhausting to read some of these church fathers because they all do this.
And if you're going to do a paper, print it out.
Yeah.
Highlight Tertullian and pink.
Yeah. It might be worth burning a ream of paper to print it out because it's just like, whoa. Yeah. You have to, it takes a lot of mental energy to keep track of the arguments and who's saying it. So it's you should do the same, Dr. Falk. Become the next Tertullian and confuse everyone. Introduce chaos. Danny Dement. Well, you at least you can't accuse him of quote mining. Oh no, you certainly cannot accuse him of quote mining. He takes the whole context. Not just a quote, not just a sentence or two, 50, 70 pages of it. It's like, yeah. Jack Reed, okay. Make a note of that. Yep, 1908. So. Yeah, so, yeah, it does not surprise me that Hike badly misinterprets against Tertullian. That doesn't surprise me one bit. I've seen it happen a lot. The Jehovah's Witnesses did this too. When they publish a tract. One of their most famous tracts is "Should You Believe in the Trinity?" The inference here is no, but they quoted Tertullian and they took big chunks of Noetus and basically said, "Well, that's Tertullian's words." And it's like, no, it's not. This is not Tertullian speaking. That's for sure. But, to the unwary reader, they would think, oh yeah, Tertullian was a modalist. He didn't believe in the Trinity. Where? No, but I will basically say that we've engaged the Jehovah's Witnesses on this, and they will just when we show them. I mean, we can show them. I mean, we had the early church fathers, and we could find the section and look it up and see where they're quoting it from, and you'd show them, and they would just say, "Well, I think that's Tertullian." They'll just double down. So it's at that point you're not really arguing based on facts. They've got their point of view, and they're going to stick to it. even if it's demonstrably wrong. So, anyway, but yeah, this doesn't surprise me one bit. It happens more frequently than I care. It's actually one of the reasons. This is actually one of the reasons why I wanted to get into patristics. When I was a graduate student, was I had seen so many people badly butcher and badly misquote the church fathers. I mean, really egregiously misquote them. It's like they didn't look up the Greek or the Latin. They just took something and just completely tore it out of its context and twisted what it was supposed to say. And I saw a lot of actual real scholars do this. So, and not just the Jehovah's Witnesses, but real scholars. So, I guess I got very jaded about some of the stuff that was coming out from that quoted the church fathers, because I knew, having read a lot of that material myself, that there was just it's a discipline. It really is a discipline. Now, I highly encourage people to do this discipline. It will make you a more attentive reader. And here's what I recommend. If anyone wants to get into the church fathers, I think a great way to do this is get Philip Schaff's Ancient Near Eastern Fathers, or sorry, not ancient, the Ante-Nicene Fathers, the ANF series, the first one. Okay, and it's available for free on the CCEL library. It's an electronic library. These things are out of copyright, so you can download the PDFs, and it's a great resource. Great resource. And I would suggest people start reading from the volume 1. The early church fathers. And one of the things you're going to get is it's going to build up slowly. The first few authors in that set are relatively short. They're relatively short. They might be 5-10 pages. Some of them are even just like 1 page. Okay. But then it starts building up with longer and longer writings until you get like the 5-book set of Irenaeus. And now once you get into Irenaeus, you start seeing how the church fathers are really going to start arguing at that point. So, but by the time you work your way through Irenaeus, you have now a sense of how the writing style is. Yeah, read it for style. Read this thing for style, because that will help you to read the rest of the church fathers. One of the great things about Irenaeus is he is so tongue-in-cheek. He inserts a lot of humor, so you can really sort of figure out when he's talking about a heretic and when he's not, because how he lampoons it. Now, he's still representing it in its proper way, but he is inserting a lot of sarcasm. Okay? So, it's a great way to learn how to read for the church fathers. It's, as I said, take that volume 1 and just start reading through it. And then go through volume 2 and volume 3. By the time you hit Tertullian, you'll have a lot of practice at reading this stuff for the style that they do. You'll recognize, okay, I'm in that 50 pages of Noetus. All right, now I'm into Tertullian's 30-page rebuttal. So, yeah, this is not uncommon that scholars who never went through this process of acclimatizing their reading skills will badly butcher the church fathers. And I mean badly. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that added something to your experience here. Okay, we have Murray of Sweden next for 10 Swedish kroner. Thank you very much for or 100 Swedish kroner. Thank you very much for the super chat. Long time no see. Yeah, it's good to have you back. We are, as I say, we are trying to build community here. So even if you don't give a super chat, come back. We want you here. You're part of the community. So, don't be sheepish about coming back. So we want you here because it's great to have you here. Clive's on? No, I didn't see that. Oh, I see that one of my former martial arts instructors was on here, Clive Guth. Great to see you, friend. If you're still listening, I'm glad you decided to pop in. It's been I've missed our workout sessions, so definitely shout out to Clive. I'm glad you came tonight. Wow, I didn't know that. Didn't see it. Okay, Murray here says, long time no see. Anyway, the Bible shows or hints that, for example, Adam didn't literally become 930 years old, but was the age of the clan. Okay, I think that's a question. Anyway, the Bible shows or hints that, for example, I think anyway to show that the Bible hints that Adam didn't literally become 930 years old, but was the age of his clan. Yeah, there is actually, which is that, for example, various parts of the Bible, and not necessarily Adam, but other old patriarchs that lived a very long age, will say things that seem very out of characteristic if people did live this long. Like, for example, the Bible states that that Terah was 135 when Abraham was born. Okay? All right. And then Abraham says, to God. He says to God, well, who has ever given birth at age 100? Who has ever fathered a child at age 100? And you go, wait, didn't your father do that? Didn't his father do that? Didn't everybody that preceded him do that? Yes, they're said to have done that. Okay? So you can only interpret this if that begetting is a clan, not an individual. Okay? Because you have to take both statements into account here. So Terah was born with his father Nahor was yeah, but you go to say the Septuagint, but even like, for example, you go way back. It says he lived to I forget how long it says he lived to. Let me just look that up for a moment. Genesis 11. It says here, Terah was 205 years and died in Haran. Okay. Where's the next one here? Yeah, Nahor lived 119 years. This is Genesis 11, verse 25. Nahor lived 119 years after he became father of... Oh, sorry, that's not the one. Okay, so he was 29. They're 30, 32, 39. So yeah, in the Masoretic text, it does seem to be more along those lines, where they're young when they beget, but they live a very long time. Now, that I can sort of get. I wonder if that's the same for Genesis 5. Genesis 5 will also have... There's a similar list here. Okay, when Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son in his own likeness and in his image, and named him Seth. Okay, so there's one instance where Adam is like that. Seth lived 105 years, and he became father of Enosh. Enosh was a little younger at 90. So we do have examples previous to Abraham of people supposed to be giving birth at old age, okay, and living to those old ages. So I think there's more than enough hints here. Now we also have taking into account like Exodus 6, and in Exodus 6 we have the genealogy of Moses. Okay. Now the genealogy of Moses. Let's go to the genealogy of Moses because I think that's also very applicable here too. Exodus 6.
Seems
Yeah, he is an honorary firstborn. He's definitely an honorary firstborn. There's no question Abraham is an honorary firstborn. Okay. You have that generation here of in verse 6 of the sons of Levi according to the generations of, this is verse 16, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Gershon. Where's Moses here? Okay, Amram. Okay, so from Levi to Kohath, Amram, Issachar, and Hebron, and Uzziel, and the length of Kohath's life was 133 years. Now we're not told when Kohath gave birth. And this is Merari. Sorry, the son, and Amram married his father Jochebed, his father's sister's Jochebed, and she bore him Aaron and Moses, and the length of Amram's reign was 137 years. Okay. Now, 3 generations. The genealogy here is only 3 generations. Kohath was born outside in Canaan. So Kohath comes to to Egypt. He gives birth to Amram. Amram gives birth to Moses. That's 3 generations. 3 generations. We're also told that the Israelites became numerous and multiplied in the land. Well, how are you going to get numerous and multiply in the land with only 3 generations? It's not possible.
a whole lot of twins.
A whole lot of twins, yeah. Sextuplet. Every Israelite mom's an octomom. Yeah. This is just, that's the, you only have a couple alternatives here in the genealogy of Moses. Either we're talking about a clan of Amram, or we're talking about a childbirth here that's so rate that's so out of control that it breaks all human records for how do you say it? Fertility. Okay. Now, but there's another part of Exodus 6 here that would indicate that we're dealing with clans as well. Okay. Which is when it talks about the sons of Korah. And that is down. Okay. On verse 24. And the sons of Korah, Asir, Elkanah, and Abi-Asaph, these are the families of the Korahites. That word, family there, I hate how English Bibles translate this. Okay, I hate how this, because one of the things about this is that family should be translated as clans. The Old Testament does not care about the nuclear family unit. It cares about clans. So you can do a simple word search of an English Bible for family, and you will get clans. Just for example, in Genesis 19:32. Oops, where is it now? 1932. That's offspring. Let's see what's. Where is that now? Okay, Leviticus, you go through Leviticus, it's full of clan identifications. Numbers is full of it. Of course, should be. But you get the idea very, very quickly that the Bible, the Old Testament, is obsessed with clans. It's obsessed with clans. So I think the evidence is sufficient to at least demonstrate that what we're talking about here in Genesis 11 and even Genesis 5 is basically clan identities. Okay? So this would seem to indicate that if we are talking about a clan identity here, that Adam himself probably did not live to that length, but that in most likelihood, his progeny carried on the clan name. And this is very typical of clans. It's just, clans do this all the time. This is why we have clans like Clan McDonald. What?
He said numbers is full of it. Must be an atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist. There's a lot of Ron Wyatt supporters who think I'm an atheist. Because I don't believe in the prophet Wyatt. Okay, so that's sort of where our base of evidence is. Our base of evidence is with Genesis 11 and 12 and Exodus 6, plus the frequent occurrence of the word clan in the Old Testament. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, fraud white indeed. I don't know. Quote mining seems to be a lot more profitable these days than Bitcoin mining. Clan McLeod. Yep, there is a Clan McLeod. It's real. I don't know how old Clan McLeod is. I know Clan McDonald is 900 years old.
Imagine if Adam had lived that long. Almost 1,000 years of your descendants coming in and put that one up.
I'm going to put that one up. Danny Demint says, can you imagine if Adam had lived that long? Almost 1,000 years of your descendants coming in and chewing you out during the hard times. Oh, yeah, thered be that.
We could be living it up in paradise right now. No, your grandma had to have a snack.
No, we could be living it up in paradise right now, but Danny DeMint also says we could be living it up in paradise right now, but no, you and Grandma had to have a snack. Oops. Okay. All right, let's see where we are next. Going up. All right. So I want to thank Murray Sweden again for that particular super chat. All right, and the next one now is scan down. There we go. Let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. My question is in the chat, the one on numbers. All right, let's see. Okay. I see it. All right. I see it. Okay, and his question is in Numbers 31:40, it says the Lord was given a tribute of people. What does this mean? Is it possible they became priests? Well, let's find out. So let's pull up our Bibles. Let's go to Numbers. (31) verse 40. Context here. Okay. Okay. This is war spoils. Okay. This is war spoils. So now they are going to war here. Let's see where it is. Let's begin. Okay, so this is the war spoils against the Midianites. All right. And the narrative here starts at verse 1. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take full vengeance for the sons of Israel on the Midianites. Afterwards, you'll be gathered to your people. So here's what's happened. The Midianites start double dealing with the... Up until this point, the Midianites have an alliance with the Israelites through the marital relationships between Moses and the Midianite woman he, had his first wife, essentially. Now, presumably, this is at the end of Moses' life, and in all likelihood, that Midianite woman is dead. Zipporah's dead. Okay, she's dead, and if he's not widowed a second time, he's probably it probably could be a subsequent widowing. Okay, either way, that alliance by marriage no longer exists. But they decide to start double dealing, and these Midianites start talking to the Moabites, and the Moabites convince the Midianites to go to war against the Israelites. So this is tribal retribution. This is tribal retribution. So they have their little war, and then in Numbers, get down further down in the Numbers, soldiers come back with spoils of war. Okay, and there's a division here between what was given to the Israelites and what was given to the Levites. Because remember, Levites don't get a share of stuff. So there's a law here, there's a command here that some of these things are given to the tabernacle, some of these things are given to the Levites. So anyway, we get down to passages like Numbers 31:40, where it talks about human beings, from whom the Lord's levy was 32 persons. So essentially what's going to happen here is that of the 16,000 war captives, and slavery in the ancient Near East was often done through war captives. Egyptians did this all the time. They would go into the Levant, conquer cities, and then bring home a whole bunch of people that would serve as slaves. This is the standard operating procedure in the ancient Near East. Because you didn't have a lot. You had two choices, essentially. You could kill them all, or you could take some of them captives. You could leave them alone too, but they could end up being a problem in a future generation. So tribal warfare didn't tend to end that way. But in this particular case, there are 16,000 human beings that were taken captive. And of those, 32 were captured and given to be the Lord's portion. Now, some of those will probably serve in the tabernacle. In fact, a good portion of them will probably end up serving in the tabernacle, doing the menial labor nobody wants to do, like chopping wood. There's a lot of chopping wood and collecting wood to keep the tabernacle going. So this is not something where a sacred function has to be done. This is all happening outside of the tabernacle, but it still needs to be done. Water still needs to be brought. Wood still needs to be brought in and chopped. You know, this is the stuff that you would want a slave to do. You know, this is a manual labor job that takes all day. So they probably had because we see the numbers here are pretty low. That it's 32 people, 32 out of 16,000. So these are not big numbers, but it would be enough that you would have a little corvée that would go fetch water and go fetch wood. So that's probably what this refers to, is the Lord was given a tribute of people, and it was probably for maintaining the manual labor of the tabernacle. So that would be how I would interpret this. Yeah. So in verse 41, it also says, Moses gave the levy, which was the Lord's offering, to Eleazar the priest, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. And so, yeah, at that point, Eleazar is going to put him to work, essentially. Mostly because, I mean, Eleazar's entire focus is the tabernacle. So all of this is going to end up being used for the tabernacle ultimately. At least that late levy. Now, one of the interesting things I found in this passage, I don't think is the oxen here? Is it oxen? Okay, I don't know if it talks about the oxen in this passage. Sometimes they'll take oxen, and those cannot be given to the tabernacle. So those are given directly to Levites, because they have the potential for being ritually unclean. But that's a different subject. Okay. So anyway, so that's what's going on here, is this spoils of war, and a small percentage of that spoils of war is being given to the priests for service in the tabernacle. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okie dokie. Whoa, who's saying that? Where? When? Roughly? Is it before or after the one I just did? Probably after. It'd have to be after. Okay, we've already done that. So next one here is from Addison Weir. For 499, thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the Mount Ebal tablet will be the beginning of the end of ABR? Oh, no. Oh, no. They'll just roll with this. It's not the first embarrassment they've had. Remember, Petrovich is one of them. Okay? That book, The World's Oldest Alphabet, was a complete scholastic debacle. Complete. By the way, he still sells that book from his book stands. But so much for an early bedtime, yeah. It won't be the end of ABR. ABR has been going strong for 50 years. ABR's support is not in the academic world. Their base of support is in the churches, because they evangelize from church to church. They do most of their communication by speaking in other people's churches. That's how they do most of their recruiting, is they go from church to church. And that, over 50 years, has produced a lot of very wealthy donors. It has also given them broad support at the seminaries. So they don't need to win this academic debate. This is just they only have to make this a show to demonstrate they're doing something to keep the support they presently have.
They'll produce
Yeah, but that is, as my producer points out here, that's the result. That's the problem, is they'll produce results no matter what. Even if there's nothing there, they'll produce results. Get people excited. I mean, they've already made their money on this. You know, as soon as that press conference came out, donations came pouring in for the Bible Seminary, which is ABR's school. And more donations came in for ABR. Yep. So ABR, if they're right, they win. If they're wrong, they still win. Either way, they win. All they have to do is keep generating spurious stuff to keep the donations coming in. Well, I think Rolston. I mean, at the very, I think Rolston is not going to be that effective against them in the long term. As I said, this is an organization that's over 50 years old and has seen several changes in leadership. It just goes. They've got a structure in place that keeps the lights on, keeps a continuity of leadership. One of the things we see about some of these organizations is that they fail because of the continuity of leadership. Like, for example, after the death of Ron Wyatt, there was no successor. So essentially, you have this little Wyatt museum in the middle of nowhere that's basically, how do I say this? Grifting. It's grifting off of its former donations, basically new sponsors, but it's not producing anything new. Okay? After Ron Wyatt died, there was no archaeologist to take his place, if we can call him an archaeologist. So anyway, yeah, I don't think this is going to affect ABR. ABR has been very clever in its succession plan. It's always had sort of a person waiting in the wings to take over should the president pass on, so or its main leader. So, you know, for a while it was looking like Petrovich was going to be that guy, but nowadays it's not. That's not so certain who's going to take over. But I'm sure they've got a plan. Stripling's old though. Yeah, Stripling's already the senior statesman. He is actually, Stripling is effectively, I mean, ABR has a president, but effectively Stripling is the main guy right now. It was Bryant Wood, and then Bryant Wood was thinking of making Petrovich the successor, but Petrovich sort of sabotaged himself here. So now Stripling's sort of taking over leadership. It's going to be, who is Stripling's successor? That's the big question. Could be Hassler. I mean, Hassler's a possibility here. But they have some money. They have a contingency plan. They have a contingency plan. They know how to massage their donors. They're very good at this, and they're very, very good going church to church, getting support. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right. Scholar with a Sword for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are some good books to get started with learning and researching about Egyptian chronology and their related Middle Eastern synchronisms? I have to thank IP and David Roll Laugh Out Loud for introducing me to you. Well, IP's become a very good friend. I mean, yeah, it was off to a rough start, but he's a really good friend now. I very much value my friendship with IP. David Roll, oh, yeah, another one that's, yeah, he's special. He's special, especially if you start disagreeing with him. Then he gets really nasty. But okay, fair enough. I would suggest, one of the book I would suggest is Hornung And there's two other authors, Warburton, and there's one other author to that book, just simply called Egyptian Chronology. It's very easy to get. It's essentially the primer for Egyptian chronology. I would also recommend that if you're going to do stuff with Middle Eastern synchronisms, that you start getting the primary sources. Okay. Now, one of the primary sources is Glasner's Mesopotamian Chronicles. Sasson has a good book with chronicle information in it. There's a lot of synchronisms in there. There's a, what's his name now? There's a whole bunch of them. So start getting your hands on primary sources. So that's, once you start getting your hands on the primary sources, then you can actually start doing some hands-on chronology yourself. Whether you do it by hand, and I wouldn't trust chronology done by hand, but, you know, this is a way a lot of us start, is we start sort of tinkering with it by hand, and then we realize how immense a project that really is, and then we start going to, okay, let's get the computer software doing the heavy lifting for us. I am in the process of writing a book on chronology, so I don't know when that's coming out. I don't know when I'm going to have the time to finish it. Right now, I have a full-time job, and I do YouTube, so that doesn't leave me a lot of time left for writing. So unfortunately, even though I have that 150 pages of that book already written, it's going to take me a lot longer to finish that than I had originally anticipated because of my financial commitments. So, which is my rent. Oh boy. Never moved to an expensive city, I'll tell you that. But we didn't have a choice in that matter, so, you know, it was just like, okay, better to move to an expensive city than be homeless. And yes, there's lots of PhDs who are homeless. So, although that rarely gets talked about. So anyway, that should give you a start. That book on Egyptian chronology by Hornung and Warburton, and get the primary sources. Get primary sources, and another excellent set of primary sources is Moran's Amarna letters as well. So, but that's where you get your sources for synchronisms from, is by going through texts. You go through texts, and that's how you get them. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and... okay, as and weird for 499. Thank you very much for the super chat. When should laymen trust the academic consensus and when should they not? Ooh, that is an excellent, excellent question. That's an excellent question. Yeah, well, that's another question right there. You know, my producer says, when should academics trust the academic consensus and when should they not? I think it comes down to this. If it is something based on evidence, then you should more likely lean towards trusting it. If it is something based upon merely theoretical considerations, then it's a good time to be skeptical. Okay? You see, trust it when it agrees with you. Fortunately, a lot of people do that. Yeah, that's not a good way of doing it. Okay? Now, I've said this repeatedly already. I'm an evidentialist. I think anything I believe in should be supported by strong evidence. And if new evidence comes in, be flexible enough to change with the evidence. That's cool. We all have to be open to change because evidence can come in and change the game at any point. And when that evidence walks in the door, you gotta go with it. But it has to be a consideration based upon the evidence, not necessarily a theory. I think a lot of times academic consensus boil down to, okay, we've got this working theory, this working hypothesis, and it just becomes accepted. You know, tires haven't been completely kicked on it, or it had some holes in it that we're still trying to figure out. Basically, anytime you, as a historian, all history, all writing in the historical disciplines is based upon two sort of factors: new data or a new interpretation of the data. Now, new data, that's gold. That's absolutely gold. If your consensus is based on the new data, that's fantastic. That's more likely to be trustworthy. If it's based upon a new interpretation, it could still be valid. It could still be worthwhile. But you have to sort of take it with a pinch of salt, because it might not be. So, again, there might have been good reasons for the theory and good reasons for the interpretation, but you have to weigh that against the evidence. Ured asks, would the documentary hypothesis fall under this category? Yes, it would fall under the category of a new theory or interpretation. So that's why you have to take that with a pinch of salt, because it might be correct, but it might not, and you have to judge it according to the data. Now, I think when you do judge it according to the data, it doesn't work. Okay, but at the same time, too, I'm going to trust the data. I'm going to trust the evidence, wherever it leads. But I also want to make sure I'm interpreting that evidence correctly. So in many respects, like, for example, in the case of the documentary hypothesis, you have a overarching theory that's based upon certain interpretations of the texts, like the idea that you have duplets as reduplication by editors. That's an interpretation. That's not data. So if you've got a fault in the chain of reasoning, you're going to have a fault in, say, the value of that final theoretical hypothesis. Okay? So this is the problem I have with, say, the documentary. One of the problems. I got others too, but that's one problem I see with the documentary hypothesis. It has a middle premise, a middle interpretation that I think is faulty. So, but again, my assessment of that is based upon the data. Go with the data every time. Go with the evidence. Follow the evidence. And that should be true of anything. Christopher Rolston said it today. He's following the evidence. This is why he rejects the Mount Ebal amulet. There's no evidence there. If there's no evidence, you shouldn't follow it. Okay? Even if it is the academic consensus. Now, the amulet is not academic consensus, but there are other things that I think are worth contesting. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helps. Okay. We've got a $7.99 super chat here, Australian, from David Podesta. Was there a question attached to that? I don't see a question either. Anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. We do appreciate all the financial support that people like you provide. It keeps food on our table. It helps us produce these videos. It's a gift. Oh, thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Well, that's really, really generous. We really appreciate that. So, again, we are so grateful that we have supporters like you who do, just financially support us for the work we're doing. So, thank you very, very much. He says, Only because you're a great teacher. Well, thank you for the encouragement too. Sometimes that really helps, especially when we have some rough weeks. This week was a rough week, so we do appreciate the encouragement as well, and the prayers. We can't do this thing without your guys' prayers. We covet your prayers. If you can't donate anything at all, we're fine with that. Pray for us. Absolutely pray for us, and God will make a way. God will provide. So thank you so very much for the super chat, and thank you for the support. We are grateful when God uses you to support us also. So thank you so very much. Okay. Getting close here to Jack Ray's. Okay, it should be 908. Okay, here it is. Ancient Egypt and Bible, please check your email for a donation. Okay, I'll do that right now. Thank you very much for that very generous donation of $50 US. Thank you so very much. We really, really appreciate it. This is a very, very generous super chat. We really appreciate it. And thank you so much. You've been a very, very faithful supporter of our channel, and we so appreciate all you've done to help. So we really, really appreciate it. I also see in my oh my. Oh wow. We just got 2 more very generous super chats through the email. Through PayPal. That's what we're talking about here. We do have a PayPal address in the link, or in the description, by the way, for those who want to do it that way. We had one here from Slade Neighbors. He gave us $200. Thank you very much for that super generous super chat. But it's and we are so grateful for your support. We couldn't have done so well last month without your guys' support. And it's just, we're overwhelmed with how good you guys have been to us. We so appreciate it. And also from Jack Ray, who gives us $300. Wow. BC says Jack Ray gets more generous the more SQL he's forced to write. I can sympathize with that. I used to write a lot of SQL myself. So it's an art. It's a real art to write SQL. But this is a really generous super chat. We are really thankful and really grateful for this. It's, as I said, it's been amazing how you've supported our channel, and we so very much appreciate it. So wow, 350 plus from you tonight, incredible. Thank you so very much. We're humbled, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Woo. Okay. Back to the super chats and the questions. Okay, from Courtney Thompson for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there proof Shamash is Zedek or Kitu or Isar? That is a very... I'm not sure the context of this question. Is by Shemesh, do you mean, say, the sun god of Mesopotamia? And clarify, Isar, are you by talking about Osiris? I'm not really sure the context or exactly what you're driving at with this question. Um, so it's hard for me to answer this. Um, Zadok is I forget which deity that one is exactly. So at least I think that's a deity. You see that name like in Balzadok. So I'm not really sure of the context of this question or exactly what you're asking here. So one of the things is we have to keep in mind is even though sometimes people will borrow deities, it doesn't always happen that way. There can be independent local deities that rise up that then are integrated into larger pantheons. You know, we see this often in Egypt. We also see this in Mesopotamia as well. You know, each sort of city-state had its local deity that were then sort of aggregated into, say, a pantheon when city-states aggregated into empires. Okay, so it's hard to know exactly what you're driving at here. So I hope that discussion actually gave you a little bit of something here. But please feel free to restate the question, and we'll take it if it's a little clearer. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from En Japones con Rafi for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Frank Gaudio for real? He's the guy who supposedly found Herculean underwater, or is he another Ron Wyatt? I don't really know. I haven't looked into this. It's possible. I mean, we do find some cities underwater. Alexandria was found underwater, and that was almost entirely because of earthquakes. It usually happens because of earthquake subsidence. Okay, an area has a earthquake, and the whole sort of elevation of the land drops underwater. Not quickly, by the way. Usually, it happens over, say, 10 or 50 years. And the opposite can be true too, where an earthquake can happen and the land raises up. This is what happened to Bethsaida, the fishing village of Peter. Okay, you know, in the Common Era, you had after the apostles were all dead, there was an earthquake, and it raised the elevation of the land. And suddenly, this fishing village was now 40 miles away from the Sea of Galilee. Well, you're not going to still live there once that happens. If you're a fisherman, you're going to go closer to the water. So, but it can happen pretty fast. It can happen pretty fast. But usually, that earthquake subsidence takes place over a period of years, normally. But still, you know, even if it's as short as say 5 years, that's pretty terrifying to have water keep creeping in on you. From what I recall, the one in Alexandria, the subsidence in Alexandria, that happened quickly, like within months. Within months. So yeah, that was. I mean, it gives people enough time to get out. Okay, and that's a huge thing right there. But they're going to lose their buildings and all that. So I don't know if this guy's for real. I don't know anything about him, and I don't know anything about Herculean. But I have heard of this sort of thing happening before with several cities. I mean, it's not just one, but there are several cities that have been basically swamped underwater because of earthquake subsidence. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, that is the end. Oh, wait, do we have more here? We might have more. I think we're getting to the end of the super chats here. And once we get to the end of the super chats, we'll take some non-super chats. Oh, we got bonbon questions. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Sponsoring a bonbon question. Ooh, it's Bonbon's lucky night again. Let's see. All right, let's take this one here. From Bonbon. What was the process of starting up a new cult in Egypt like? Who was allowed to do it? Were commoners allowed? And how would this new deity be welcomed into the existing religious structure? Okay. New deities usually had to have some sort of tradition, but new cults did start up from time to time, but usually as an extension of something else. Like one of the ones that we study a lot is Atonism. Okay, yeah, the sun cult. It's a sun cult of Akhenaten. It started off as just the Aten, which is the sun disk. And the sun disk originally was seen as part of the god Re. Over time, you had drift, religious drift. So Re continued his cult, but the sun disk itself started being worshipped as something separate. And at that point, they divided and became different cults. So this is typically how it happens. The process of starting a new cult usually happens through division. Okay, so they don't sort of spring out of nothing. There's usually a form of religious division where one god sort of divides into two, or say an instrument the god is using becomes its own deity. Like, for example, there's an instance of a snake scepter that's held by one god, and it eventually is worshipped as his own god. It's a very obscure god, so I don't remember the name of it, but that sort of thing happens. Okay, or you get, say, relationships. Okay, say like natural pairings. Okay, so you have, say, the king of the gods, Amun-Re. Well, he's got to have a wife, because all gods have to have a wife, because they procreate to create new gods. So he has to have a wife. Her name's Mut. Well, they can't be a barren couple, so they have to have a son. So you get Khonsu, the moon god. So this is typically how they get aggregated into each other. Now, from what we can understand, Mut was worshipped as a mother god before Amun-Re was. So before they were ever coupled, those two cults existed. And they're just more or less brought together. So basically, the process of welcoming a new god into the existing structure is just to take the statue or the bark and stick it in the same temple. That's pretty much how it was done. So you get places like, for example, Abydos that have 9 different bark shrines, all with different gods, because each one has taken a image of the god, the sacred image, the little tiny idol that they think is the real presence of the god, put it in a bark, and brought it into the temple for its in its own bark chapel. So that's basically how deities are inaugurated into a local cult center. They're just more or less brought in and set up. We do have one text that actually talks about a king taking the idols and setting them in the temple. There doesn't seem to be a lot of there might have been some spells or some ceremonies, and definitely incense. They would have definitely waved some incense around. But there probably wasn't much more to it than that. Once that idol was inside the temple, it would be treated as if it was a god. and they would do all the things then that they would do for any god in a temple, which is they would feed it, clothe it, put it to bed at night, wake it up in the morning, reclothe it, put it in its bark, rinse and repeat. Now, again, who was allowed to do this? Okay. It was kings were allowed to do this, primarily. Priests weren't allowed to do this, typically, although there were times when priests could put statues up. Priests could definitely move statues around. So if you have two temples adjacent to each other, a priest could take one from a smaller chapel outside and move it into the main one. They could do that. Most of the time, it was just, the king, it was basically the king's edict that precipitated this. The king could do this anytime he wanted. Add new gods. That was the prerogative of the king as high priest over all the religious cults in Egypt. So he had supreme authority here to make religious changes. However, if the priests didn't like those changes, the priests also did a lot of passive-aggressive stuff to thwart those changes. Okay? They would throw up roadblocks to interfere with the king's changes. So, while the king had the power to do religious change, it was usually at the assent of the priesthood. So, the gods have bedtime stories. Possibly. They might have been told a spell or two. Possible. Could be. We don't know if they were actually told bedtime stories or spells or anything like that. We do know they were put to bed, though. That much we know. Ooh, that is bad. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for Jack Ray for sponsoring that question. Okay, Jack Ray, sponsor a non-bonbon question. Okay, we got to find a non-bonbon question. Let's see if I can find a non-bonbon question. So I'm looking for that Q and colon again. Yeah, I got some at the end here I can do. Okay, I'll take Lego David's question here. Did monotheism, or something close to it, exist in any other cultures besides Israel? I heard an Inca king named Pachacuti had a monotheistic revolution of his own too. Okay, now, when historians of religion talk about this kind of thing, they divide religions into categories. Now, these categories have somewhat fallen out of fashion as basically it's been discovered that sort of one type blurs into the other, but they've typically said that there's monolatry, okay, where there's the worship of only one god. And there's lots of examples of monolatry, okay? You can have a polytheistic system and still have a monolatry. And that sort of blends into henotheism, where you have many gods, but you only owe your allegiance to one. Okay? So the difference between monolatrous polytheism and henotheism is really subtle. It's really slight. In the case of, say, monolatrous polytheism, there's many gods, and you can worship one god at a time and switch between them. There's no difficulty in doing that. Whereas in henotheism, you owe your allegiance to just one. There's many gods, but you owe your allegiance to one, and you can't change your election, as it were. Then you have, say, monolatrous pantheism, like you have with the cult of the Aten. It's not monotheism exactly either, because even though you only worship in Atenism the Aten could manifest as other gods, like Re, like Anubis, like the Uraeus. So the monolatrist pantheism it's not monotheism either, but it does worship one god, just that one god is many gods. So it's only in Israel where you start to find true monotheism, where you have one big god, and he's God, proper God. Everyone else that calls themselves gods in Israelite religion are really just created beings, lesser created beings. And that's the first time you see true monotheism. So there are other religions around the world that have, say, that hints of monolatry. That monolatry being you worship one deity. Whether the system itself is polytheistic, pantheistic, henotheistic, or even monotheistic. You can have monolatrous variants of all those. Okay? So there's that idea that when we talk about monotheism, we are talking about not so much the mode of worship, but the understanding of what God is. And that's a very important distinction here, because you can have, say, there's two types of monotheism. You got monolithic and monarchical monotheism, and they are slightly different. But both are true monotheisms. You have, like in monolithic, there's just God. Just God. There's nothing else. No other divine beings. No angels, no demons, no watchers. Even multiple persons within God would not fit into a monolithic monotheism. Islam is a monolithic monotheism. But you also have monarchical monotheism, where there are divine beings that are not God, but also higher than men. And they form a hierarchy underneath the one God. And this is what Heiser talks about. And you find this in Christianity, and you also find it in Judaism. So you have those differences here. Now, as I say, the first examples that we find of true monotheism is with Israel, and that starts to begin at Mount Sinai. And it's going to take Israel a long, long time to sort of cling to this. So, it's one of those things that you just don't see in a lot of world religions. Most of them tend to be henotheistic, really. So anyway, Bonalon asks, what about native African religions? Yeah, some native African religions get close, but I would also say that many of those native African religions are much more monolatrous than they are monotheistic. So, and I know that line has gotten very, very blurred, but again, there is a difference between what people practice and what people believe about the nature of divinity itself. So, in some sense, the blurring the lines between monolatry and monotheism blurs the line between orthopraxis and orthodoxy. You've got the orthodoxy being, what do we believe about God himself? And that's what we talk about here when we talk about monotheism. It's a belief about God and the divine. Whereas the monolatry is the practice of worshiping said God. In this case, only one. So there could be some small African religions out there that are monotheistic. It's possible. A lot of them I've seen, though, have been not so monotheistic and more monolatrous. And I think that blurs the line. That blurs the line. Now, I'm not an expert on African religions, except the ones of Egypt. Okay? So I have not encountered any African religion that I would be confident to say is monotheistic. I've encountered some that are monolatrous. There's definitely monolatrous religions in Africa. I have not necessarily encountered them that have been the ones that have been shown to me as being proof of monotheism. There's reason to question that. There's reason to question them. Okay. Now, I'm not saying there couldn't be one. There might be. There was a lot of religions in Africa. And as I say, I'm not an expert in African religion by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm not going to make a definitive statement here. But the examples I've seen so far, I've kind of had my doubts about. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. That was sponsored by Jack Ray. Thank you for Lego David for asking a provocative question. Okay. And we got another one here from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsor Bonbon question. So Bonbon wins again. All right, let's pick another Bonbon question here. Good thing he has a lot of them. Hmm. I'll answer this one. This is actually a decent question. Why were pharaohs worried about peasant revolts caused by priests choking the food supply if peasants had no military skills and military technology to fight the army? Great question. Because the priests did not only choke the supply of food for the peasants, but also the military. They had control over that food also. So, if they choked the food supply, the Egyptians would protest, and there would be riots, and the military would be among those rioting. Okay, because any military operates off of its stomach. You don't feed your soldiers, they don't fight. So a lot of priests, especially in Dynasty 21, figured that out. So while there was never a revolt from the priests, that tension was always there. So there were times when some kings of Egypt broke up the land grants given to the priests, especially during major dynastic shifts, to prevent that all the food coming from one basket. This is what one of the things that the kings of the Middle Kingdom did, was they broke up land grants that were given to certain nomarchs and priests and temples, so that basically the government started controlling the food. So in that way they could consolidate their power instead of having it remain in the hands of the local governors. Yes, it was. It was highly successful. Yeah, it actually did consolidate power. When the Middle Kingdom began, the nomarchs really had all the power. The nomarchs had the armies. The nomarchs controlled the land. And when the king wanted to go to war, he had to depend upon the armies and the food of the nomarchs to do that. So he needed their consent to go to war. So you do get this in the early Middle Kingdom, where the nomarchs are essentially the ones who controlled. I mean, they taxed. They had the ability to tax, and they did tax ruthlessly. He wants to be a nomarch, yeah. Historical strategy gaming, like a feudal system. Yeah, it very wasn't like a feudal system. But eventually, the Middle Kingdom changed its... After the Weckham-Mesud, after the end of Dynasty 11, they broke up the nomarch system. Okay, they said no more hereditary governors. So they basically said, hey, your son as a nomarch, you're a nomarch, but your son is not going to inherit the nomarch title. Now, some of that continued to be inherited, but they got rid of the troublesome ones. Like, for example, the nomarch at Asut. She was constricting the trade in Egypt and taxing everything going up and down the Nile. So they broke up that nomarchship pretty fast. And they didn't split the territory. The territory remained the same. But what they did was they said, hey, your lands no longer belong to you. They belong to the king. Oh, and by the way, your son's not going to inherit your title. I'm going to appoint my own guy to the charge. So, that's one of those things that is just not... that you do see that the king was really concerned about, was that that especially at times when the priests had a lot of power, that they could choke off the food supply at any time. You see this, as I said, at the end of Dynasty 20. You see this at the end of Dynasty 11. You see this at the... in Dynasty 5, you also see this happening. After the 23rd Dynasty, you no longer see this happening. So at that point, the land is pretty much broken up and run by whoever's king at that point. So anyway, thank you very much for that question, and thank Jack Ray for that super chat. And then we got here... sponsor any question. Thank you very much for the super chat. So we got a sponsor any question here. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let's see here. I dig that one. Answer any question here. Again, I'm looking for ones that begin with Q's and colons. Okay. Take this one from Darkblade. On the clan interpretation view, what does the word begot even mean? It means that there's a direct line of ascent. Okay. Now, one of the things we find in say, Jewish genealogies, in Toledotes. I hate using the word genealogy here because it doesn't... Jewish genealogies don't work like Western genealogies, not at all. So I usually prefer to do the word Toledot to talk about Jewish genealogies. But one of the things we do know about that is when someone says they begot a son, it doesn't necessarily mean in a direct line of descent. One of the things about the way that the Jews thought about this, the Israelites thought about this, is if your son is, you have a grandson, he's also a son. And your grandfather is also one of your fathers. And your great-grandfather is one of your fathers. And your great-great-great-grandfather is one of your fathers. So when they use words like begot, it does not mean a direct line of descent. It means that you are descended from them, but there could be intermediaries in between. And there are many Jewish genealogies that work this way. So this is not at all unusual, where, there's a claim of a begetting a son, and it's really a grandson or a great-grandson. So that's what the term begot means, is, you have cause to produce. You have cause to produce a son, or grandson, great-grandson, whatever. And the Hebrew doesn't have any words for grandson or great-grandson. They're just sons. Now, it's also the same with daughters. So this works both ways. A mother can beget granddaughters. So, as I said, it works both ways. It works both for men and women. So, but that's just the peculiarity of the Israelite culture, is they saw any direct descendant as a potential son or daughter, even if it's 4 generations down the line. So that's what we see here. So anyway, thank you very much for the sponsor from Jack Ray, and thank you very much for this question. Okay. 37 here. Okay. And then the next one here is from Josiah here for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In your opinion, that's always a dangerous thing to ask. Oh man, this is how I get into trouble. That's by expressing my opinion. How can we get our local churches, especially if they are more fun-dealing, more interested in scholarly research and academics? Well, that's interesting. That's a difficult question. Because what you're dealing here with in, say, more fundamentalist dealing churches, and some of them do call themselves fundies, okay? So it's not... I'll try not to be derogatory about this, but fundamentalist leaning churches, okay, the major challenge is going to be that whole black and white fallacy that sometimes goes into their methods of interpretation. Okay, which is it's either literal, or the Bible's either literal or it's wrong. That's not the way proper biblical interpretation works. Okay? And it's a very, very difficult mindset because it's hammered so hard into the way they teach. So trying to get them more interested in scholarly research and academics does elicit a knee-jerk reaction of, oh, it's not literal, therefore you're saying the Bible's wrong. You're not taking the Bible seriously. You darn liberal. You darn liberal. You're not taking the Bible seriously by stating that Jesus in the book of Revelation really didn't have a piece of metal coming out of his mouth, a real sword. Yeah, paintings of that is really bizarre. Like you find there's an etching by Durer that shows that. Okay, that's really weird. That'll give you nightmares. Yeah. So you know it doesn't work. You know intuitively that that sort of dichotomy of the Bible's wrong or it's literal doesn't work. It breaks down. The problem is getting people out of that mindset once they're in it. They are more likely to say the Bible's wrong than to change that way of thinking. This is how you get atheists. They're basically reading the Bible. The fundamentalists are reading the Bible literally. They've been taught with that mindset. They're not taught how to change the mindset, but as soon as they're shown that it can't be literal, then they switch to the Bible's wrong. That's the danger of trying to bring in scholarly research and academics without that change of mindset. Okay? I think one of the things I would do in this particular situation is I would start with study of poetry. Okay. I wouldn't start with Genesis 1. Okay, don't start with Genesis 1. That'd be the worst place to start. Basically, as soon as you point out that, the days may not be literal, oh yeah, they'll burn you alive, or switch to being atheists. And either one of those situations you don't want. Okay, you don't want either one of those outcomes. Okay, so I think what you'd want to do here is again start with poetry. Start with the study of Psalms and Proverbs. Okay, get them used to reading poetry, and don't let them get away with just a literal interpretation. Have them dig into the symbolism. If your church allows it, do the Song of Solomon. Okay, yeah, this is one for kids. Okay, but we find that you can also do this with adults. So ones where poetry is really heavy. Ecclesiastes, another one where there's a lot of poetry. So get them into that mind space where it's absolutely crystal clear that the Bible is using symbols and metaphors and literary devices, and then start having them propose alternate readings for it. Once you have them propose alternate meanings and get them into the habit of say, okay, yes, it could mean this symbol could mean this. What else could it mean? What else can it mean? So once you get them into that idea of reading it in a way that where they're saying, okay, there's two or more readings to this based upon how I approach the text. You can then take them to the prose and the history, and then you can start asking the same questions. Okay, you believe the years in 1 Kings 6:1 is 480. What else could that mean? Because most fundamentalists have never considered that there could be more than one reading for texts. Now, this is not saying that all readings are equally right. In fact, we're not saying that. We're saying the opposite. There's one reading that's more right than the rest, or at least more germane. Now, there's a couple where there are multiple meanings because of amphibole. You can broach that too. Amphibole, for anyone who doesn't know, is a text that's intentionally designed to be read two ways at the same time. And there are some texts in the Bible that are read that way. So, again, you got to be careful of your text here. You have to sort of guide the conversation towards that. Okay, Marvelous. See if I can get that up here. It hasn't shown up yet. There it is. No, Dr. Falk, Ecclesiastes is all literal. That's how we know there's no afterlife, because Ecclesiastes literally tells us the dead know nothing, end quote. Me, if I were still a Jehovah's Witness, laugh out loud. Yeah, probably. Yeah. But on a more serious note, this is how we get people. This is how we have to enculturate them into out, or I should say, enculturate them out of the black and white fallacy, just like they were enculturated into it. It's a pulpit thing, yeah. It's very much a pulpit thing.
So much easier to do.
Oh, it's so much easier to do black and white fallacies. I mean, it's just it's lazy preaching. I mean, it's really, really lazy preaching. But it's the predominant mode of teaching in fundamentalist churches. And it's that black and white fallacy thing. It's just until you get past that, you can't get them into the scholarly literature. It just won't work.
No desire to go beyond.
Well, yeah, there's that too, which is there's no desire to go into what's taught. But again, too, they've been shown that they can't trust this. They have been shown that scholarship is evil. That it creates, that it creates skeptics and, and liberals and people who will degrade their traditions. So they're not going to jump into scholarly literature and research. They're just not going to do it. So you have to gradually get them into that. So that's what I would recommend, is start with poetry, start with them getting into multiple interpretations in texts that clearly have that, and even they will agree with, have that. But until they realize that's there, and that they even accept that, you're not going to get anywhere. And how do I know this? It's because when you hear about deconversion stories, you hear this all the time. They, in the deconversion stories, they're interpreting it literally. They find the Bible literally. They find they can't interpret it literally. So they leave the fundamentalist church. They go to a liberal or progressive church that won't teach anything. And then they just conclude their mindset hasn't changed, even once they're in the progressive church. So now once they're in the progressive church, they're still thinking in that black and white, it's literal or error. And they finally come to the conclusion that it's error. And then they leave even that. And even once they become an atheist, they are still interpreting it in that it's literal or it's error. The mindset hasn't changed through the entire cycle, through the entire process. The thinking, the mindset and thinking is exactly the same from beginning to end. Okay? So what ultimately happens then is they become atheists who say, okay, it's literal or it's an error. So, and I have to be honest, that mode of thinking is incredibly difficult to change. It takes a long time. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of prayer and a lot of patience. So it can be done. It can be done. But it has to be done cautiously, carefully, and respectfully. But you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. That's the long and the short of it. So anyway, thank you very much for that very good question. That was a very good question. And it's a question that needs to be addressed a lot more. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Michael Gee for $10 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why would the king of Shinar, Mesopotamia, go all the way to the Dead Sea for a raid taking Lot? The cost of the trip would exceed the loot value. Ah. But that's not how the Mesopotamians raided. Okay. They didn't just They didn't just go on a raid, okay? They looted all the way, okay? This was a looting party. This is what the Mesopotamians did. So they would go and they would just ransack whatever, they thought was valuable. They would take food. They would take clothing. They would take captives. They would take anything that they could sell. They could take precious woods, oil, wine, and it was a whole raiding party. And the cost of it was essentially covered by what they stole. And they would steal anything not tacked down. Every Mesopotamian army worked this way. And it continued to do so into the Babylonian period. So it's not just the earliest days of this, say during the first dynasty of Babylon. Oh no, they were doing this all the way through until, even the Persians did this. So, and they were knocking down fairly weak cities. So, this was easy pickings. This was real easy pickings. So you had basically small cities trying to defend themselves against a larger, voracious army. And as I said, they would take everything. Food, clothing, slaves, furniture, livestock, and they'd take it all with them. This is actually one of the reasons why Abraham, even though the Mesopotamians had a head start, this is why he could catch up. Because they're bringing livestock with them too. They're essentially being slowed down by all the loot. They've got donkeys loaded down with all these goods, and they're herding flocks on the way back, and it's just like, yeah, and sheep don't hustle. So, Marvelous, so more like a D&D dungeon raid, steal everything. Yeah. I'll put that up, because that's funny. So more like a D&D dungeon raid, steal everything that even might be of value along that you can possibly carry. Exactly. That's exactly how a Mesopotamian army worked. You steal everything. Even if you know there's some caves nearby where there's some dead people, you might even go in there and loot them. These guys had no shame when it came to looting. They stole everything. They were like locusts. They just came in and they just took it all. This is why the loot for when Lot was rescued, the Mesopotamians had to drop the loot and run to get away from Abraham. So all that loot was basically, came back to Sodom and Gomorrah. And, they wanted to pay Abraham, and he said, no, I don't want any of your money. Feed my men. I'm taking nothing from you. I don't want anyone to say that you guys made me rich. Because they had collected that much stuff along the way. They had knocked over a lot of the kings in Syria, all the way down the Levant to Gaza. So they were knocking over big cities, not just little towns. 1700. Who's in charge? That would be the big question. So let me do a quick look at that. Let's see. Where is it? Where does he have the question so I can post it? Okay, I see the question though. Would Egypt have been strong enough to fight these looters if they headed to Egypt? Now, let me look up who's in command of Egypt at that time. So, Hammurabi, you're talking around 1725 BC. In 1725, You had the 13th dynasty. Yeah, they would have been strong enough. Yeah, Egypt would have been strong enough during the 13th dynasty to repel the Mesopotamian coalition. So I don't think that would have been an issue. It would not have been an issue for the Egyptians. Yeah, Neferhotep the First. Neferhotep the First was a strong enough king. You do get some vacillation of strength during Dynasty 13. It is a dynasty in decline as compared to Dynasty 12, but Neferhotep the First was a strong king. So yeah, definitely you are talking there. They would have been able to. I mean, even his successor Sobek Hotep the Fourth was a strong king as well. So you had some right in that, let's say 2/3 of the way through Dynasty 13, you get an upswing in control over Egypt. So yeah, absolutely, that they would not have been able to penetrate Egypt. They might have gotten as far as the Wadi Arish, okay, because that was kind of an outpost, but they wouldn't have been able to penetrate much further than that. So that sort of limits what the coalition could have done, at least as far as its move into Egypt. And there's some possibility too that there was already diplomatic relations of some kind between Mesopotamia and Egypt, because one of the things we find just after the 13th dynasty, in the Dynasty 15, there's a from the archive at Avaris, we find a small piece of a fragment of a cuneiform tablet that is unmistakably First Dynasty of Babylon. And Hammurabi comes from the First Dynasty of Babylon. So, and it's probably later in that First Dynasty of Babylon, but it's unmistakably First Dynasty. So it seems clear that at least the Babylonians had some sort of diplomatic relationship in the Second Intermediate Period. But if that's the case, it's likely that that diplomatic relationship started earlier, possibly the end of the Middle Kingdom and Dynasty 13. So there probably was no diplomatic incentive to raid Egypt either. So there's that as well. Because there would have been exchange of royal gifts and that sort of thing, and brides and that sort of thing, and you don't want to violate those treaties, because your gods will take vengeance on you if you do. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Go back here. Where was that now? Again, Michael Gee for $10 New Zealand. Thank you very much for that question, and I hope that explained it. It's interesting to see how they operate as armies, because yeah, the D&D raiding party take it all, including the live animals. That's another factor we should also discuss too. Just touch on briefly. Armies came with their own shepherds. They came with a whole support team. So you had not just foot soldiers, you also had, and later on chariots, you also had priests, you had shepherds. Yep, they brought shepherds. Somebody had to tend the flocks. They had workers of various kinds. They had scribes. So there was a support team that went with their armies. Even cooks. There was even cooks. People to do the sort of menial labor. Now, a lot of foot soldiers did menial labor too. But they did have some personnel for that reason. Now, the cooks didn't generally make food for the soldier. The soldier usually had to make his own food. He was given a ration and he had to prepare it. But there were generals. And the generals didn't cook for themselves. Yeah. And Marvalis, it's a D&D party. You've got clerics, rangers, thieves, fighter, the whole lot. Yep, absolutely. The history of Mesopotamian warfare reduced to a D&D campaign. Oh, I'd love to see that as a role-playing game. Mesopotamia, the War of Kings. 1725 BC. The campaign module. Bring your own Urim and Thummim.
And then the Romans come and do it.
Jack Ray, and then the Romans come and get all serious. Yeah, they do. Yeah, but the Romans were basically didn't have to steal all that stuff because they started minting currency. They took the currency home. They left the sheep behind.
Travels faster.
Well, I mean, it's easier. It's easier. It's easier to carry cash. And this is a response to Jack Ray here. And then the Romans come and get all serious. Yeah, they do. They get very serious, but they want taxes. They're there for the same reasons, but they're converting it to a local currency. They're minting silver and gold currency, exchanging the taxes. They have to. The peasants have to exchange their goods for, silver and gold currency, and they give that as taxes to the Romans, and the Romans take the taxes home. So that's that was a lot easier for Roman provinces to do taxation than this sort of clumsy method of the Mesopotamians of taking every sheep and cow with them. It smell better too, yeah, probably. Okay, so let's move on to the next super chat. Oh boy. That was a fun question, though. Yep, we are getting close to the end here. Okay. Michael Gee for 1550 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, the mines of the Sinai were important for Egypt. Why are no clashes reported between the Israelites in the wilderness and the military parties going to and from Egypt and the valuable mines? All right. There's the reason of no clashes has to just basically come down to that they sort of went around it. Okay. Now, they sort of went. Cerebral Cotton, which is the main mining site in the Sinai at that time, is up in the mountains. Really, it's a high elevation. The Israelites are taking their trip down the coast, the west coast of the Sinai. So they cross the Sea of Reeds. They come down past the wilderness of Pithom, and they continue down the west coast of the Sinai until they enter the Wadi Faran. And then they cross the Wadi Faran to Mount Sinai, and then basically continue on from there. Now, Therabit al-Qadam is located in sort of, you have to take a different path from the west coast of the Sinai to get up into that mountain range of Wadi Faran. Or not at Wadi Faran, at Therabit al-Qadam. So, first of all, there's only a small contingency of workers at Therabit al-Qadam. Okay? It's not a big party. It's not a big party. There you got a group of Semitic miners, okay? And they're working there every year, and it's an annual trade for them. The site is abandoned in the summer, essentially. So if we take the biblical account that the Israelites left in the spring. So they left in the spring after the first harvests. So after the first harvest in Egypt. So They leave after the barley is destroyed, but the wheat has not yet come up. The wheat has a long growing cycle, so they're leaving. They're leaving sometime around April or March. Okay. At that point in time, the workers are up at Serbia Del Kadam, and that's where they stay. And they'll stay there for the entire work season. Their season is almost over, as far as their work season. But they're not going to come down until they're finished mining as much as they can. So you don't have a lot of soldiers up there. You have some, because there are some prisoners at Serbia Del Kadam, but there's not that many. You got a captain of the guard. You got a few camp guards. You got the miners there. And you got a few administrators. Oh, you also got a couple priests. There were also a couple priests that also joined them at Serbia Del Kadam. But it's not a big group. Probably the whole mining expedition there was probably between 50 and 100 people. So it's not a big contingent. It's not a big contingent. Because of that, there probably would not have been any clashes between them and the Israelites. The Israelites would probably have just gone past the trail that goes up to Serbia Del Kadam. And even if they had heard them at Serbia Del Kadam, they wouldn't have come down to investigate. They would probably just stay where they are. They're probably too focused on getting rich off of the turquoise. So yeah, there isn't a whole lot of I mean, they're there to work. They're at Serbia Del Kadam to work. So there's no reason for these Israelites to go up into that particular mountain range. Not until they find their path at the Wadi Faran to cross the Sinai. So that's why there was no military clash there. One, there really wasn't much of a military. Not stationed at Serbia Del Kadam. They didn't get a lot of visitors, honestly. I mean, to get to Serbia Del Kadam, you almost had to go, as I said, to the west coast of the Sinai and then up into that mountain range. And there wasn't a lot of people out there. You know, even the Amalekites never went out there. So it was just not a place where people ranged. Now you did get a few Shasu that came out there from time to time, but you know, they were just goat herders too. You know, they were equally goat herders just as much as the Israelites were. But the reason why the Shasu were out there was to try to get their flocks to the Wadi Tumilat to water them. So they were crossing the savannah, feeding their flocks, but they still need to be watered. So a lot of Shasu would take their flocks to Pithom to water them at the waters of Pithom. So, and because there was a big lake there at one point, and so that's the reason. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped you understand why there wasn't a military conflict there, and it's an interesting question. Okay, we're getting it's 11 o'clock right now. I think we're getting close to the end. Nope. Daniel, Roar of the Logos, $9.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. Sponsor any question. Ooh. Okay, that's the last super chat. Okay. So after the super chat, we'll take a couple more non-super chats and then we'll call it a night. Because I'd like to get some sleep tonight. I've had 3 hours of sleep. I am tired. Okay, that's actually a really interesting question. Let's take it. Let's take this because I want to, because there's a broader question here that's also super interesting. From Bonbon. Were decorating and lewd graffitis like that on Hatshepsut's temple common in ancient Egypt, or was this particular to Hatshepsut? What did common people think of her? Okay, this is a great question because we're going to talk about the whole issue of graffiti because we find lots of it in Egypt. It wasn't just her temple. Here's the thing about temples. Okay? They were kept pristine. They were kept pristine until they ran out of food. Okay? And once they ran out of food, the temple was abandoned. Okay? Temple cults, doesn't matter which one it is, only operated for as long as the sponsoring king was able to store up food. So for some, that might be a few years. For some, that could be a few centuries. I think the longest running cult that we know of in Egypt was the Sphinx Temple, and that ran for 3 centuries. They stored a lot of food for that temple. But you have also ones like the Ramesseum that went for 200 years. Now, once that temple ran out of food, it was abandoned. Okay, it was abandoned. There's no reason to stay. No gods are being given food sacrifices. No food's being distributed from it. It was outright abandoned. At that point, anyone can come walk into that temple and write whatever they wanted on the walls. Okay? And they did. All over the place. And it's interesting, especially with technologies like, there's a technology called, let me see if I can find it here, de-stretch. Okay. One of the things de-stretch does is it takes in writings that were done in ochre, like red ochre paint. And red ochre paint will flake off and fade over time. But one of the beautiful things about de-stretch is it can make a completely faded inscription pop out. Let me see if I can find one, because I have one that I actually worked on myself here. So let me see if I can just find this quickly. If I can't, it's not a big deal, but let's see if I can find this quickly. I'll show you what I actually did with de-stretch, and you'll see it yourself. Here's my photo depository here. Miscellaneous. Not there. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, does not look like I'm going to be able to find it right now, but yeah, there was I'll just relate the story then. I had a coworker who saw some pictoglyphs, okay, petroglyphs, in a local park here, okay, and he went out and he took some pictures on his cell phone, and you could barely see them. You can barely see them. But I had a license to de-stretch, so I said, okay, hey, look, give me the photos. I'll put them through and let's see if we can find anything. And sure enough, the images popped out, just incredibly strong. Wait, I know I got a photo of this. Just 1 second. This is, let's see here. Yes. Yeah. Come on. I wrote about this in my blog a long time ago when I still kept the blog. There it is. All right, we got it. Let's see, this is the desktop. I'll show you. This is from Stein Park petroglyphs. So I will put this on the screen and you can see it for yourself. How this technology can really show you. There's the image. I can use that. Okay, properties. All right, there we go. All right, here's the image. Okay. Now, on the left is the image with no altercation. So that's what the image looks like before it's put into de-stretch. The image on the right is what it looks like after de-stretch. You can see there's images here of goats and of a human hunter and some other drawings on it. It's absolutely fascinating that it's the original petroglyph was done in red ochre. So you can see how this technology has been a real game changer. So now when we go to Egypt and we go look at these temples, people are taking photographs of the temples, putting them through de-stretch, and finding graffiti all over the walls. All over the walls. Now, here's one of the things about, say, like conservation projects that we have to be careful of too. One of the things about conservation sometimes, like early conservation problems, actually destroyed some of the graffiti, which is unfortunate. But we find that graffiti is used all over the place in ancient Egypt, and it's used by, there's some lewd graffiti. There's some religious graffiti. There were like, for example, when the Coptic Christians would take over a temple to use it as a church, they would put their own writings of scripture on the walls. You find this as a Abydos that and you can go down this like at the Abydos King list. On the opposite side of the hall is some Coptic graffiti, and it's clearly Coptic. So you find this all over the place in Egypt, all over the place. So it seems that the common person who would go into a temple after it stopped being used as a temple didn't really care about the sort of that it was a holy place. That didn't bother them to put graffiti on it. So it wasn't, the use of graffiti was not restricted like to just say vandalism. It wasn't just vandalism. Sometimes they'd put little messages on there, just like people do today. Personal messages. So graffiti was very common in temples, especially after they closed. Now, in the case of Hatshepsut, we don't really know what the common people thought of her. We know what Tutmosis III thought of her. And they did not care for her. He did not care for one bit. Yeah. So, Tutmosis III did his best to desecrate her temples. But that was a personal grudge. The common person would not have had any involvement in that personal grudge. So I think probably the worst thing that the common person would say about Hatshepsut, of course in private, because this is a military dictatorship. Criticizing the king could get you killed. She does appear to have been a glutton. Okay? So the Egyptians probably would, some Egyptians of the lower classes would have probably been aware of that. By no means all of them, but say ones that worked in the palace, they would have been aware of that. She probably drank too much and ate too much. And that probably would not have endeared her to, say, the servants that were just getting by. But that, again, all this is palace intrigue. All this is palace politics and palace gossip. But that would have been probably the extent of it. So, but the desecration of her monuments wouldn't have had anything to do with that. At least not the graffiti. The Damitio Memore, where they're chipping out her image with a chisel, that's state-sponsored vandalism. And that probably even happened while that cult was still functioning. Remember, a king can do anything he wants. That cult is still operating during the time of Thutmose III. So he's going in. Thutmose III is going into that temple with a chisel, and he's hacking out that images, or at least sending his thugs to do so. Not that he didn't have good reason to do so, but that was where that came from. So desecration was often done. Especially, I mean, if we do even have instances where people are, chopping up the statues of people of the past that people held a personal grudge to. We see this in some tombs. We see this in some tombs where they go in and most tombs had a statue of the deceased as a proxy body. Well, some guy who held a grudge, and Egyptians held grudges. Oh boy. Long grudges. So some guy with a chisel would come into that tomb, hack off a nose, hack off an ear, chop the head off or the hands, and just, desecrate the image. So we have to say that, these things are sometimes personal. They are very, very personal. So anyway, I think that covers this. Thank you very much for that question. And I want to thank the sponsor of this question. Really appreciate that. We always love when people are sponsoring each other's questions. Okay, now I did see a new super chat pop in from Rob of Sentinel Apologetics. Hey, how's it going, buddy? And he gives us a $2 super chat. And he says, Sean had the guts to bring on Christopher Rolston. Yes, he did, and I don't think he had a choice in it. We discussed this earlier, yeah, I think this is a attempt to salvage the situation. I don't think he wanted to bring on Christopher Rolston. Oh yeah. Yeah, Sean started off that interview by stressing that Stripling was such a good friend. Well, I question his taste in friends, but but Sean throughout that interview is trying to throw some lifelines to allow Stripling to save face, to give him a wiggle room out. Oh, maybe those scholars are ideological. What's the ideology of those scholars? And how would that affect their reading? And Rolston's not having any of it. Rolston's just saying it's about evidence, not ideology. I think Sean was it was whispered in his ear that he had to take this situation under control. Okay? Because let's face it, this has gotten out of hand, even for an ABR debacle. I mean, they've become a laughingstock. The authors of this paper, Stripling, Galil, and Vanderveen, are being laughed at in the academic community. Oh yeah, social media has made this a game changer too. People are now, I've published some videos on this. Most people, most scholars are not going to comment on this is because it's so ludicrous. I mean, there's literally nothing on those amulets. I mean, they might be able, with some finagling, find a couple letters here and there, but there's nothing else on that. It's blank. So, yeah, historical strategy gaming. He says, has it come up yet? Aha. Yeah, when it comes up, there it is. Okay. Historical strategy gaming says his ABR overlords got worried probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're worried. Okay. And Jack Ray, Association of Bad Research. That's hysterically funny. Oh, wow. But getting back to that point is, yeah, they're worried. And it's not just ABR's that's worried about this. It's Biola. Biola shares the same funding sources as ABR. Okay? They share the same donors. Okay? So if this looks bad for, Biola and makes ABR look bad, some of that funding is going to dry up. And if they look ludicrous, also that's the funding from their other donors are going to dry up. Because who wants to support an apologetics program that can't properly evaluate a archaeological academic find? That's an issue if you're a donor. If you're a donor and you discover that scholars are laughing at your apologetics program that you're putting money in, you'll put it into some other program. We want to put money into programs we respect.
Social media, that big library would have been off.
Oh, yeah.
None of this would have reached.
Yeah, I mean, my producer here makes a great point, too, that social media has changed the game on this, too. Before, say, the invention of social media, there would have been that press conference, and that would have been the end of the matter. No one else would have heard about the actual academic publication. Now, with social media, those press conferences are hyped, they're amplified, the message is repeated over and over and over again, the articles become highly anticipated, and now average people are also reading those articles with open access. Okay? Because now, I mean, it used to be that, okay, you published in a journal, before the internet of social media, you had to have a subscription to that journal to get a copy of that article. If you were super lucky, you might have had a database access that included that journal. But that was not covered by not all journals had that scanning technology. Especially in the days of microfiche. But today, this article is published in an open access journal. It's free for everyone to download. The hype was there. People downloaded it. And all the scholars started coming out and saying, I don't see anything. And what's even worse, all the average people who were wanting to see this discovery firsthand go, I don't see anything either. And, oh boy, this has been such a debacle from beginning to end. That original news conference was a debacle. The infighting of the translation team was a debacle. And the final publication was a debacle. If Stripling had been careful, he would have never done that press conference. He would have just put it in publication and let it go out quietly. That does not get you the donors. And this is all about donors. And that's what this whole thing is about. It's about donors. It was about forging an alliance between the camps of ABR and the camps of David Rohl. Okay? They both share support of the early Exodus date. This was an attempt to unify the two parties in order to form a bridgehead that would keep bringing the donors in for both sides. Okay? So that was why this was intended to be such a cooperative thing. Because of that donor. Now, ABR has already earned a lot of donations off of this. Donors don't wait for the final publication to come out. Not generally. They wait for the press release. Press release looked good. So, the Bible Seminary, which is ABR's seminary, got a huge cash dump from this. Now, the final publication's out. They're now, well, ABR's not going to hurt for this, and the Bible Seminary is not going to hurt for this. Biola could definitely hemorrhage over this. And that's what Sean's overlords are afraid of, is that ABR is going to lose some of its funding. Another super chat here from Rob for $2 Australian. Thank you again. Dig, discover, dodge. Oh, yes. ABR's new motto. And they've done this many times. This isn't the first time. They've got a huge history of this. They've done this so many times. But they never felt any consequences. They never felt a backlash. This has been their whole history. Like their attempt to redate the ceramic typology at Jericho. That was the one that was done by Bryant Wood. He's former a leader at ABR, and it was a joke of a paper. It was an absolute joke of a paper, and no ceramic typologist believes it. But they just threw it out there and collected the money. And they do this over and over. This is why ABR still does archaeological excavations, like at Shiloh, like at Tel El Maktir. Okay, they are big cash cows. They're cash cows for the site. They're cash cows for ABR. Like, for example, people don't realize how expensive it is for the average person to go dig over in Israel. Now, ABR doesn't dig in Egypt because they can't make money off of it. The law prevents that, and which is a lovely thing. Absolutely lovely, because it keeps ABR out of Egypt. But Israel's a different matter. In Israel, it's normal for digs to charge their diggers money. Sometimes as high as $8,000 a season. A season maybe 4 to 6 weeks of digging. Okay. So they're charging, each digger is being charged usually between $4,000 and $8,000. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Really, what that money goes to, it doesn't go to say food, hotel, transportation, or anything like that. You still have to pay for that out of your pocket. It just goes to the people sponsoring the dig. And in the case of ABR, half of it would probably, my guess is probably half. They split it half and half. I'm not sure if that's the split, but generally it would be half to the providing institution like ABR. So they're getting $4,000 a pop per season, per person, and $4,000 goes to the dig. It's a nice business to be in. And there are a lot of evangelicals who really want to feel the Bible by digging in Israeli soil. So they got a good cash. It's a cash cow. It's a cash cow. Frankly, frankly, a lot of secular digs get in bed with ABR too, because they can raise that kind of money. Because I was at a discussion once that this happened at the Society or the American Overseas Research Society, and I was talking to a couple of archaeologists, and they were talking about the whole issue of evangelical diggers, and they basically said, we can't stop it because they're the only ones giving us money for the digs. They're the only ones giving money for the digs. They can't raise that from the universities. The universities don't pay for this. It doesn't come from generally philanthropic organizations. What's it called now? The big sort of research institutions, that have like huge endowments and give out grants, like the Templeton Foundation. They're not interested in digs. They're not interested in digs at all. It's too small. They're funding $1 million projects. They're not funding $50,000 digs. So the big foundations aren't interested. It's not worth their time to deal with the small ones. The small grants don't provide enough to produce a dig. So a small grant being $100 to say $10,000. That's not enough to run a dig either. There's not a lot of organizations that do, say, middle range research. It's either $1 million projects or $1,000 projects. And that seems to be how grant organizations generally work. So you get guys like ABR that can provide a dig with 20 diggers a season at $4,000 a pop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've got some good funding there. So, now, again, the amount for each dig would probably vary with the site. There's a lot of factors that go into it. I don't know exactly what their cut is, but I knew when I was looking at these things myself, that was pretty expensive. So, it's just... And ABR has also what's it called? Repeat business as well. So people are paying for this like 3-4 years in a row. Yeah, I agree with my producer. It must be nice to have that level of discretionary income, but yeah, that's generally how it works. In Egypt, it's different completely. In Egypt, you can't charge for a dig. The dig itself has to be funded, find out its own way to be funded, not by charging people, because they have to make the foreign diggers free and pay the local workers. It's a way to keep the money flowing towards the Egyptian worker. And I agree with that policy. I think that's a good policy. That's an excellent policy. But Israel doesn't have that policy. So this allows organizations like ABR to sort of set up shop there. And they've spread this by word of mouth. They go from church to church, basically informing people that they can work on their digs. And you don't have to be experienced to do it, if you can come up with the cash. So, yeah, that's... So when they do... And then they've got their ideology, that all this is funding is basically their ideology-driven discoveries where they change the data. And here's a great example. This Mount Ebal tablet is a great example how they change the data. They produced a epigraphic drawing of a inscription that didn't exist at all. It doesn't get more changed than that. That should be a retraction right there. They should be on retraction watch just for this. Oh boy. Jack Ray, ABR like the money changers in the temple. The money changers actually provided a useful service. They're more like the tax collectors. They're taking the taste. And then I mean, at least the money changers in the temple, you know, the purpose of those money changers was actually to take coinage that had the face of a human being, like the emperor, and exchange it for kosher currency that had no iconographic image of a person or god. So they were taking unclean currency and exchanging it for clean currency. So yeah, that was what the money changers did. And it was a useful service. Now, they crept into areas they shouldn't have gone. They were greedy about it. But they still did a service. Okay? But, yeah. Oh boy. So anyway, discover, dig, discover, dodge. Yep, that pretty much sums it up. And it's unfortunate because I think they have had some good finds. They
could be brilliant.
They could be brilliant. This could be a really effective thing.
If they were simply evident.
Yeah, but they're not evidence-based. They're not evidence-based. They're tradition-based. They have their own particular tradition, and they're going to read everything through that lens. And if it can't be read through that lens, they'll force it to be read through that lens. So, yeah, that's true too. Yeah. BC says ABR takes clean findings and makes them unclean. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. That's definitely a way of putting it. Yep, I couldn't say that better myself. Yep. ABR takes clean findings and makes them unclean. Historical Strategy Gaming also says, I wonder how long before that interview will be took down like that debate Dr. Falk was in. Well, that's a very interesting question. The thought had occurred to me, but Rolston's such a huge name. And he was very congenial. He was blunt, but he was congenial. I don't know if they'll take it down or not. I think
they've gotten a bad enough rep.
Yeah, yeah, they got a black eye when they took me down. If they start going overboard on the censorship thing, it's going to look even worse. It's going to look like a cover-up. So yeah, and again, I think this was done at the behest of the higher ups at Biola to get in front of the bad publicity, because Sean just oozed over Stripling. He just gushed over him. So they had to do something.
He was
so
trying to get.
Yeah. My producer says he was so trying to get Rolston on his side. Yeah, rock on Rolston. Yeah, this was done at Biola's request. As I said, to get in front of this because it's such a bad look. So I don't think they'll take it down. But they're not happy. They're not happy either way. Oh yes, there's that. There was that thing too on the interview. Yes, there was one other thing about that interview that was super interesting. which is Rolston's take on the Bible itself. He's never been this open about it. You know, I've been following him for years. We're Facebook friends, by the way. And I do send him correspondence occasionally. I have never seen him that open about what he believes about the Bible. And it was very, very interesting because I saw Kip Davis come hovering in. And he did, as soon as Rolston started saying what he actually believed, Kip hightailed it out of there. It was impressive how fast that he was gone. But Rolston has had this reputation in the past of not saying anything that would doubt, say, the secular consensus. And I use the consensus there in scare quotes, because it's not really consensus, but what basically secular biblical studies people say about the Bible. So he's had that reputation. But so Kip probably had no idea what Rolston was going to say here. I don't think McDowell did either. McDowell had no idea what Rolston was going to say. But one of the things that Rolston did say that was super interesting, that he essentially believes there was an Exodus. Now, he didn't specify what date of the Exodus, and that was probably wise. But he also said that he believed in a real historical Moses. And a real historical Abraham. Not Abraham, David. And Solomon. You know, it's the first time he's been that open with this. So anyway, it was very interesting to see him be so forthcoming about that. So anyway, I want to thank Rob for that super chat on the Dig, Discover, and Dodge, and that was a fascinating interview. Fascinating. Okay, we're going to take a couple of super chats, and then we're going to call it a night, because we've been going now for 3 and almost 4 hours. So I'm going to take a couple ones here, very quick ones, and I'm going to call it a night. All right, Warrior of the Most High. What is your opinion of Crystal Blade? I haven't read it yet. You know what? I own 2 copies of the book because of, for those who don't know what Crystal Blade is, it's a fiction book that they used a picture of my crystal dagger that I made when I was an art jeweler, and they put it on the cover. So the cover of the book has my artwork. I have not read the novel myself. It's it's young adult fiction meant for young women. Okay, so I'm not sure I'm the target audience here.
It's a really cool cover.
The cover's really cool. Like, I love the cover, and the cover's fantastic. But I haven't read it, honestly. I should read it at some point. The author's name is Catherine Purdy. It's just, as I said, it's not the sort of thing. Young adults, female fantasy is just not my cup of tea for fiction. So I have not read it. So I can't recommend the book. I can recommend the picture on the cover. That's about it. That's because it's my work. But oh, interesting guide for a cheap price, huh? Okay. $1 USD. That's a good price for that book. Well,
But her fans adore it.
Hmm?
A lot of fans.
Oh yeah, she has a lot of fans, and they adored the book. So, again, I didn't. As I say, I've never read it myself. Honestly, I've never autographed a copy of that either. So, I know some artists do autograph their covers, but I've never autographed it. So it's like, but I don't autograph very many books, to be honest. I'm not usually in a social situation where I have to do that. So, like, I think I've only autographed 4 copies of my Ark of the Covenant book. That's it. That's all I've ever autographed of it. So, you know, it just doesn't happen very often with me. So anyway, um,
Yeah, thanks.
yeah, well, yeah, the lockdown didn't help.
It's
Okay, well, post the comment up. Email me by Diego. All right, let's put that up. You know, I'm not a conservative. I don't agree some of what you say, but I really want you to keep doing what you do, man. Well, thank you. You are educating people. It's sad this stuff requires money. Still, you rock. Well, thank you so much, and that's great to hear. You know what? We don't expect people to agree with everything I say. Okay? I might debate, I might argue with you if you come out with something that I think is, worth, debating with, but, I'll still respect you at the end of the day for just, a good, challenging, interaction. If it's in good faith. Now, we've had a lot of people who have challenged us in bad faith. We don't appreciate that. But we want people to learn. We want people to be educated. We want people to get excited about this stuff. You might not believe in the Bible. That's neither here nor there. But then again, too, we also have on this channel Egyptian pagans. We have, I know we have a couple of New Agers. We've got some Jews. We've got Muslims. We've got a huge diversity of various Christian groups who come onto this channel. So, and even a lot of atheists. Like 5% of our viewers are atheists.
Atheists of good faith.
Atheists, and I would say atheists of good faith. They're atheists of good faith. They're here because they're interested. They're interested in teaching. They're interested in scholarship. They're interested to learn new things. And some even are just interested to learn the Bible so they can talk about it in an educated fashion to their friends. Not to argue for it, but they still want to be educated about it. We are totally cool with this. We think as long as you're learning something here, this channel's worth it. I mean, we are Christians ourselves, so we do hope everyone comes into a saving relationship with Jesus Christ, but we're not evangelizing it either. So, if that happens, that happens. But we are an... And he says, I always watch the whole thing, man, because I love God and you help me love God more. Thank you, man. Our pleasure. Absolutely our pleasure. That's the reason why we do these live streams. It's for guys like you. Guys who want to love God, love the Bible, love learning about it in its context, in its ancient Near Eastern context, to get excited about ancient history, get excited about Bible interpretation, and just... It's my dream. It's my absolute dream that, like, one of the things I have, one of the great joys I have as a Christian academic is I can open up the Bible to a random page and learn something new every time I read it. I am hoping, my dream is that a lot of people on this channel will be able to do that someday. Open up the chat, open up the Bible, understand what it says, and discover something that they didn't know before. That's what we're passionate about. That's what we want people to pick up and run with. That whole, I can open up the Bible for myself. I can read it. I can understand what's going on, and I'm getting something new every time I read it. Because once you get to that sort of place where it comes alive to you, it's the most exciting thing in the world. Most exciting thing in the world. Just absolutely love that. So your message is, which you've just written here, it just really gives us feedback that at least we are being successful in the mission. So really, thank you so much for that feedback. We are so appreciative of it, and I'm glad you're really getting something out of the channel. So praise God for that. Okay, we got another Sentinel Apologetics troll. Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. Quote, Falk, I can count all 6, baby. Stripling. Oh, boy. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, I know you're just trolling. Okay, we're going to take one more last non-super chat of the night, and then we're calling it. Okay. We just got another Jack Ray one here. So I guess we're taking 2. Jack Ray for $10 here. Thank you very much for that super chat. You've been really generous, super generous to us. I mean, amazingly generous to us tonight. So very much appreciate it. And he says, Bonbon question if there's time. Wow, Bonbon is really lucking out today. Okay. Let's find a Bonbon question. Mm-hmm. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this question right now as our last non-super chat, and then we'll find that Bonbon question as the last one. Okay. Christian Bolshevik asks, this will be our last non-super chat question of the night. Have any more conservative leaning scholars written any responses to the Levites hypothesis? The only real responses I have found for the Levite hypothesis has been in the 5 Views book. That's really the only one I've found. Now, you do get some responses in book reviews. Okay, but that's about the only responses you're going to find to this. So that's basically... Here's the problem with the Levite hypothesis. Rests heavily upon the documentary hypothesis and redaction criticism. That's not a subject you're going to find a lot of conservative scholars, leaning scholars, are going to be interested in engaging. So you're not going to find a lot of written responses to it. As I said, the best you're going to find is, say, book reviews that you find that just happen to be reviewed by conservative scholars. Now, we have to understand that the process of the book review process tends to be a bit random. So basically, a journal will get a copy of a book, and they have a pool of reviewers, and they'll send that book out to one of the pool. So it might be a conservative scholar, it might be a liberal scholar, it might be an atheist scholar. You don't know where that book review is going to end up. The conservative one is definitely not going to be happy with the documentary hypothesis. But, but the chance of him getting a copy is probably going to be pretty small too. So that's where you're going to find most of the interactions. You're not going to find a lot of peer-reviewed journals that will engage a book. And you find the Levite hypothesis mostly in books. You don't find a lot in peer-reviewed journals. So, Bonbon, I already did the one on Hatshepsut's graffiti. Okay, so anyway, Christian Bolshevik. Have any of the conservative... Yeah, I think the best responses to the Levite hypothesis is going to be in the 5 Views book. Now, I think the 5 Views book has its problems. It's not my favorite book on this. So anyway, but I think it's the best one on, say, critiquing the Levite hypothesis. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. That'll be our last non-super chat for the night. We got one more sponsored Bonbon question left. All right, and then we'll find the last Bonbon question now. Probably our final question of the night. Let's see if we can go to the top and find any Bonbon. I'll answer this one on the Hyksos. Okay. This will be the last Bonbon question of the night, I think. You never know, though. If they start dueling super chats, and I hope they don't, because I'm tired. I want to go to bed. But Bonbon says, it is estimated that the Hyksos numbered around 500,000 people, and the population of Egypt was around 2.1 million, circa 1600 BCE. How did such a large influx of people not collapse Egypt's food supply? Okay, now that number of Hyksos is highly contested. Okay, highly debated. The range of say, second intermediate period, the capital of Avaris is usually placed at around 10 to 50,000. You maybe get 500,000 if you count all the delta, but it's probably closer to about 100K for the entire delta. Okay. And Egypt's population usually hovered around 2 million. So 2 to 3 million is generally where you find estimates for Egypt's population. Now, how did the food supply not collapse? By the second intermediate period, they were cultivating the land around in the delta, essentially. There was a couple agricultural projects that happened that basically kept the supply of food going. First of all was much of the Fayum had been drained and used as agricultural land. And this had happened during the Middle Kingdom, during Dynasty 12. So that opened up a huge amount of food supplies. And the Hyksos had access to the Fayum. So there was definitely more than just the little strip of land along the Upper Egypt. And the land around Avaris is exceptionally fertile. It still is. It's still exceptionally fertile. You can go to Kontir today, and that's the city where the city of Ramses was, and very, very close by is the city would have been the city of Avaris, and you look out there, it's green fields, absolutely verdant. It's the most fertile place in Egypt. You know, when it's interesting when the Bible describes the land of Goshen that was given to the descendants of Jacob. He basically said, I'm going to give you the best of the land. And it was the best of the land. It still is the best of the land. So anyway, that produces a lot of food. A lot of food. So anyway, it's that money with the fertility of those areas, especially once you start extending out into the rest of the delta, there would be more than enough land there to maintain a sizable population, even with the number of Hyksos being in the 100,000s. Now, we also have to keep in mind too that this was not an influx that happened overnight. It happened over centuries. Okay, so they didn't just walk in one day and take over. They started arriving in the Delta around Dynasty 11. So after the end of during basically after the end of the Neolithic wet period, you had this dry spell, and that dry spell affected the hunting lands in the Sahara and the Sinai. And it's at that point that Libyans and the Amorites, the Hyksos, they started coming into the Delta to hunt, to feed their livestock, and water their sheep, goats, and survive. And once they were there, then their population started slowly growing. But it's over centuries that they reached that size. So it's not at all immediate. Okay, so anyway, I think that answers your question. I'll take one last question. Let's see. Let's find one more question, or we'll call it a night. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? It's midnight. I think we will call it a night. So, all right, I'll take this down. Okay, so anyway, that wraps up our live stream for tonight. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to thank our super chatters. Wow, you guys were super generous tonight. So very much appreciated. Thank you so very much. We are hoping someday to that I can, no longer need my day job, and I can start writing books again. I really, really want to write books again. We've got a list of books we want to do. We've got a chronology book planned. We've got our Plagues of the Exodus book planned. An archaeological fallacies book planned. We've got all these book projects in the planning, but don't have the time to actually execute them. So when you guys are as generous as you have been, we can quit the day job sooner and get right to the process of producing more and more literature. And that will help the community at large. So we really want to thank our super chatters. We can't do it without you, and we appreciate your generosity. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters. We've actually started to produce new content just for our Patreon supporters, and it'll probably come out once every 2 weeks or so. Maybe once a month or once every 2 weeks. We haven't decided on a schedule yet, but it'll be content specifically for Patreon. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who have, watch our videos, leave comments, and basically copy the URL to other social media sites that new subscribers can be exposed to it. So with that said, I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. It was a great live stream. We enjoyed having you here tonight. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.